Yesterday my life was full of rain, sunny. You came into the pain. I hear the words. The dark days are gone and the bright days are here. Sunny one shines so sincere. Oh, sunny one so true. I love you. Sunny, thank you for the sunshine bouquet. Sunny, thank you for the love you brought my way. You gave to me your all in all. Now I feel 10 feet tall. Sunny one so true. I love you. Sunny, thank you for the love you gave me, see. Sunny, thank you for the facts from A to Z. My life was torn like a windblown sand, then a rock was formed, now I understand. Sunny one so true, I love you, I love you. Oh, Sunny, I love you. All right. I'm done. All right, got it. Set me issue.
Good morning, and welcome to the Unitarian Society of New Haven and our annual anti-racism service. My name is Sharon McBlain, and my pronouns are she and her. Whoever you are, whomever you love, wherever you are in your life's journey, you are welcome here. This congregation believes Black Lives Matter. Every person has the right to affirm their own gender identity and expression, and all people are inherently worthy. If you're joining us for the first time, we're glad you chose to spend this time with us. The email address of the Connections team is membership@usnh.org, and you can visit usnh.org to find out more about us. One important announcement. There will be a very special event after today's service. Nicholas Davidoff, author of The Other Side of Prospect, will give a talk about the book, followed by a panel discussion featuring the editor-in-chief of the Inner City News, Babs Rawls-Ivy, Yale Police Chief Anthony Campbell, and lawyer for the wrongly convicted, Ken Rosenthal. Refreshments prepared by Waverly USNH Partnership leaders Tanisha Drummonds and Nakinya Cook will be served at this event, which will start at noon and run until around 2:30 or 3. We hope you can stay for this unique event. And those of us here, if you possibly can move your car or would be willing to over to Mishkan Israel parking lot, there's going to be a lot of people this afternoon and our lot's going to be pretty full. And Mishkan Israel has always been kind to share at times like this. And now we welcome John Pearson back to the pulpit for a stewardship testimonial.
Okay, I'll start with the mandatory disclaimer before I start this. I didn't get around to doing this until late yesterday. I discovered that I owe an awful lot of respect to all of those Hollywood writers who went on strike. Boy, this is a lot of work, I'll have you know. But all I can say is, I wound up with 7 pieces of paper here. Now, don't get too excited. I'm just going to tell you that there's probably more on the cutting room floor than is here. And secondly, this is all large font, so it's not as bad as it's going to seem. So just sort of bear with me for a minute here while I get through this stuff. Okay. This is called My Road Trip to Unitarianism and the Unitarian Society of New Haven. The journey began in Bridgeport about 45 years ago when a lady selling Avon products rang my doorbell. She and my wife, Ruth Ann, had the usual solicitation-based conversation, but somewhere along the line, it turned toward the topic of religion. Donna, the Avon lady, mentioned that she and her husband had been attending the local Unitarian Universalist Church of Greater Bridgeport, located in Stratford. Now, just as an aside, that church was founded by P.T. Barnum, okay? And, we decided that, if he's involved, it's got to be the greatest show on earth, so might be a good place to go. So in any case, they had become disillusioned by their previous religious upbringing and felt the need to provide a different point of view for their 2 young children. That struck a strong note for Ruth Ann and later that day for me, as we had been wrestling for some time over that same topic, having developed a good distance from a lack of enthusiasm or for our original Catholic and Baptist upbringing. With concern over how an early life devoid of religious influence would affect our 2 children, we felt it might be worth exploring to see just what this until now never heard of by us religion gathering may have to offer. So one Sunday we jumped into the car and drove 20 minutes to the church in Stratford. We experienced a totally different kind of sermon delivered by the Reverend Al Ciarcia. He talked about real life issues and ways in which we could relate to our own experiences and learn from them in a way which would be both healing and productive. Our boys were immediately ushered into classroom groups with a variety of children from diverse backgrounds to learn and talk about the many ways people need to get along with each other. The truly surprising part of this was that they learned about other religions in a way which strove to address those parts which we all as human beings can identify with. They were given a platform to ask questions and the freedom to express their opinions, a totally new concept coming from our previous religious backgrounds. We immediately tuned into the flow of this environment with its many socially conscious committees, music and art activities, and intergenerational events, both in-house and around the community. To our surprise, we learned that this was the only such Unitarian organization to explore. I'm sorry, it was not the only Unitarian organization to explore. We discovered the Unitarian Church in Westport, the Unitarian Society of New Haven in Hamden, through numerous exchange ministers and musical organization performances. At one point, we enjoyed the services of Reverend Wayne Chattee as our intern while we were searching for a new minister due to retirement. USNH was beginning to become a recurring influence. Through our UCGB period, we learned of the Unitarian Affiliated Conference Center at Ferry Beach in Saco, Maine. Wow, Unitarian Church Camp, who knew? Anyway, during one summer, I was asked to conduct a jazz class as one of the many workshops there. And Ruth Ann became a member of the teaching staff for the children's program. In our respective workshop groups, we met attendees from a couple towns in Connecticut. which other than the concept of Me Too, and I don't mean the one that you're thinking of, didn't really take residence in our memory banks at that time. Well, moving right along, after 32 years in Stratford, the road signs began pointing up the Wilbercross Parkway in search of some new scenery. The road to Unitarianism became twice as long, and the time to commute sometimes 3 times longer from our home in the north end of Shelton. Now, nonetheless, our Toyota got us here safe, sound, and ready to mingle. It didn't take long for us to recognize many of the factors which got our attention back in Stratford. We witnessed a friendly, welcoming congregation, a multitude of socially oriented services and activities in which to participate, a remarkably well-administered and diverse music ministry, a superior religious education adult support program in place, all of which made our transition to USNH a smooth move. I personally was happily surprised to reconnect with a couple of my former teaching and music buddies, and some new ones along with the jazz fans to spend time with. In addition, we were excited to see 2 of the Ferry Beach attendees we met a couple years earlier here at USNH, thus proving it's a small world after all. All that said, our introduction to Catherine McTeague was the icing on the cake for us, in much the same way as our initial introduction to the Unitarian Church affected us. Her enlightening and motivational sermons were only eclipsed by her actual activist involvement in the community and beyond. That sealed the deal. Oh yeah, speaking of icing on the cake, I would be remiss and ingenuous if I didn't mention the significance of the Unitarian Fellowship Coffee Hour. I can only imagine where we might be right now if Baptists and Catholics offered us coffee to stay there. So I end my road trip story with a word of gratitude for how dependably our Toyota has been able to deliver us to this house of peace, hope, and joy. That's not to endorse any one make of automobile or dealership you may have heard of, but rather to acknowledge the many vehicles which guided our journey along the way to this magnificent place, and to offer our continued support for it and all that it does. Why? Because it's the right thing to do. That's it.
Good morning. I'm Sunny. My pronouns are she and her. I am the ministerial intern here at USNH. Thank you, John, for that testimonial. This morning, as we light the chalice and call us to worship, we are hearing from Unitarian Universalist minister Marta Valentine and her poem, Waiting. Step into the center. Come in from the margins. I will hold you here. Don't look back or around. Feel my arms, the water is rising. I will hold you as you tremble. I will warm you. Don't look out or away. Life is in here, between you and me. In this tiny space where I end and you begin, hope lives. In this precious, tiny space, no words need be whispered to tell us we are one. You and I, we make this circle if we choose to. Come, step in. I am waiting for you. As we enter this sacred space of worship together, we invite you to come, step in. We are waiting for you. And so it is. And thank you, Lillian, for lighting our candle this morning. And now I invite you to rise in body or spirit as we sing hymn number 95, There is More Love Somewhere.
One of the many inspirations for this morning's service comes from the book that we'll be having a panel discussion about later today, The Other Side of Prospect. The social justice branch of the Unitarian Universalist Association is called Side with Love. And as I was listening to the words of our hymn this morning, there is more hope somewhere. There is more joy somewhere. There is more peace somewhere. It brought me back to the central message of this book of a street in an American city serving as a divide, where people on one side of that divide are yearning and hoping for more joy, more peace, more love somewhere. Now, there was a moment when I started reading this book, right at the very beginning of it, where, to use a phrase that I hear often these days, stuff got real right away for me. Because immediately, just 8 pages into the book, I was hit in the face with an intersection between my own life and the life of the person who this story was written about. There's a passage I'll read from here that says, if Bobby needed to get away and feel safer, he took out his bike and rode up to Prospect Hill. Bobby believed there was apathy for New Hallville among those living in New Haven's prosperous areas, and probably scorn. To Bobby, it seemed taken for granted by those over the hill that black people on his side should be poor and reside in less desirable place to live, and that likewise nobody up there had any idea of what the day-to-day was for a person like Bobby. Prospect Street functioned as a one-way reflective glass. Bobby could see them, but they couldn't see him. The police could. The police were thought by young people in New Hallville to be instantly responsive to crimes committed on Prospect Hill, which made potential culprits from over the hill stay away. When I was 9-10 years old, my mother used to take me to speech therapy classes at an office that was on Prospect Street. A man named Bernard Stoll. And when we went to those classes, I was on one side of that one-way glass, completely unaware of what was on the other side of it. I was one of those people that Bobby was talking about. One day, when I was in speech therapy, our car got broken into. I thought nothing of it when the police response was about 1 minute and 40 seconds. They came, they took a full report. The thing that was stolen from our 1983 Toyota Tercel was the little stick-on clock on the dashboard. And a full report got made, and we received 2 follow-up phone calls. Now, I come back to that again as I think about how our justice program is called Side with Love. And I ask myself now, in this day and age, going back to that me that was on Prospect Street in a speech therapy class, feeling completely safe and protected, feeling seen, feeling responded to. Why? Why do we live in a world where justice has sides? Where love has sides? Where being seen has sides? My small hope in today's service and in the work that we do every day in our lives is that we will all side with love, and that there will no longer be one side or another side. May it someday be so.
Good morning, I'm Joan Ciano. My pronouns are she, her, hers. this spiritual community, we remind ourselves each week that joy and woe are woven fine. Some of us bear burdens made lighter as others help us carry them. Some of us hold joys that shine more brightly as others reflect our delight. Please do not hesitate to reach out to USNH Administrator Jamie Ross, our pastoral care team, at pastoralcare@usnh.org. in times you find yourself in need of support. And of course, you can always reach out to Stephen, our minister, at any time as well. He welcomes your calls or emails if you would like to arrange a conversation at USNH. Today, USNH lifts up the beloved memory of Dex Benedict, the 16-year-old Choctaw Indigenous young person, non-binary, high schooler who died following incessant bullying and physical violence connected to their gender identity. Gender violence has taken too many of our precious children and siblings. We hold Dex's family in love and healing, with hopes that discriminatory laws like Oklahoma's bathroom bill be struck down and no longer allowed to perpetuate hatred and violence. A joy that we have to share is Mary Losey's daughter, Catherine Pasqualoni, was married last weekend in Philadelphia. Catherine and her husband, Logan Vidal, live in Washington, D.C. And any other joys and sorrows which are unspoken and in our hearts, we consider them as well. This morning's meditation comes from UU minister and theologian Reverend Jacob Trapp. You may recognize it as a reworking of the classic Our Father. O thou, whose kingdom is within, may all thy names be hallowed. May no one of them be turned against the others to divide those who address thee. May thy presence be made known to us in mercy, beauty, love, and justice. May thy kingdom come to be in the life of all humankind. May it come with peace, with sharing, and in a near time. Give us this day our daily bread, free from all envy and alienation, our bread broken and blessed in the sharing. Keep us from trespass against others and from the feeling that others are trespassing against us. Forgive us more than we have forgiven. Deliver us from being tempted by lesser things, to be heedless of the one great thing, the gift of thyself in us. Amen. Now, friends, let us keep silence together.
Hi, my name is Sarah Foreman. My pronouns are she and her. Every week we lift up the spiritual value of generosity by taking an offering for the ministries of this congregation. Our community continues and the need for ongoing support continues as well. While the music plays, I urge you to consider navigating to the Unitarian Society, to the USNORG.org website and making a donation. Donations can also be sent by U.S. mail to the Unitarian Society of New Haven, 700 Hartford Turnpike, Hamden, Connecticut, 06517. Those here in person can make donations on their way out of the sanctuary at the end of the service.
was ever a man who was generous, gracious, and good, that was my dad, the man. A human being so true he could live like a king, 'cause he knew the real pleasure of life, to be devoted to and always stand by me, so I'd be unafraid and free. Was ever a man who was generous, gracious, and good, that was my dad, the man. A human being so true he could live like a king, 'cause he knew the real pleasures of life, to be devoted to and always stand by me, so I'd be unafraid and free. I'd be free, the man.
Oh, thank you. Hello, my name is Lillian Rimbert, and I need a new assistant. I love Sharon. She's actually, I call her my Aunt Sharon, because, yeah, the tall thing. Here we go. And again, thank you guys for having me here. And I just realized this is a moment of reflection, but also the theme seems to be journeys. And I've had several, more than I really wish I had, didn't want to have, but it's a beautiful thing, reflections. Every time I pass the kitchen you guys have, I see my dad and the woman that would give us food. And then she'd do the grandma pocket a little money in here. And I said, wow, this is a long journey. Now I'm speaking. Standing where my father stood with, again, no papers, just like he did, going on the fly journey, same as the protagonist in the book Up on Prospect. I remember taking my green mountain bike that I worked so hard to get that summer up that hill. Several times we tried to ride our bikes up that hill and you couldn't, you had to get off. And then you had to walk it. But we were so stubborn about it. Like we just wanted to make up the hill, to go to Prospect, go to that park, go see all the gardens, and maybe a couple of people get married in that park, because it seemed like such a isolation from where we were. It was so safer the closer you got up there. And then the journey back. And then there was a little sadness, but a little joy when you walk back into your home. And they're like, where were you? Well, we went up Prospect. We looked at people, chased us out of their yards, kind of like, ha, 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 that kind of thing. But to speak on Newhall, I love my neighborhood. I couldn't say that once. It was quite the journey to fall in love with New Hallville. But I am also a mail carrier in my neighborhood. I bought my house in New Hallville to be around closer to my parents. Don't ask me why, but I wanted to be very close to these two people who also had their journey from Georgia to New Hallville. And it was a lot of twists and turns, and they made it their home. We had our own garden. We had, I don't know if anybody ever seen the documentary. My dad had this, I don't know how he got this huge giant barbecue grill, but we would like spontaneously throw picnics, and all were welcome. As my mother says, all are welcome in my house. How you leave is up to you, but we are all welcome. And so we would have all of Newhall in our little yard that's just dirt, no grass or anything, and everybody calling them mom and pop. That's Newhall for me. As much as I wanted to escape it, it was always in me. So I feel this joy every time I deliver a mail to this person or to that person. And they like, how you doing? I'm like, doing all right, Well, don't go to that house. They just had a fight, so I think you should skip that house. So, don't go down that street. There was a fight the other day, Over here, somebody has some cakes for you. That's New Hallville. And I just love that more of New Hallville is being brought to you guys, and that you guys are so receptive and open to someone down on Prospect. Because we're not really down as much as people say. There's so much joy. There's so much joy. The other day, I danced with a guy on the street. I have like several husbands in my neighborhood. My mom is so happy about that. And a couple of girlfriends and a lot of moms and dads. So the other day I was walking, I was really tired. I have two bad knees, and I go from Daisy to Winchester back to my house, and the lady comes up to me, and she's a preacher, and she goes, I love that you're doing our neighborhood. She said, I see you every day working hard. And so here, she slips me this Dunkin' Donut card, and I said, thank you. She said, you keep moving. You keep going forward. And she said, we're all rooting for you. I was ready to burst into tears, because just as I've never noticed that people watch you as you watch them, and that on my journey, there's people with me, following me, rooting for me. And again, that's what I love about this. You guys, the little small acts of kindness that you show is bigger than any bill that they could pass anywhere. And I'm telling you that. So you guys are doing the right things. You are the perfect allies because you're doing the small things. It does not take the big things to make a difference. My family is proof of that. I have two honorary aunts and uncles that I didn't think I was going to have. I get to listen to his music. I get to be shown how to light the candle and things like that. it is a beautiful, beautiful path that we're all on. And I leave you with this one note. My favorite book is Go Tell It on the Mountain. When I first read that book, I was 12 and very depressed. I didn't know who I was, what we were doing. My parents, we were living day to day, making homemade syrup and biscuits, and we were hiding it from people. You hide how sad your life is, but you show how great the joys are. So my parents are very stoic, prideful people. And so I was in the library one day, and this librarian gives me this book, and it has James Baldwin on it, Go Tell It on the Mountain, and all this stuff. She's like, I think this is for you. And I read it, and I fell in love with John. I'm John. And all those other characters in that book, I know those characters. I have family members like those characters. And it was the ending that took me. John, he's finally in church, and he's sitting, and he never let the Lord in. He never let in. He was so angry and so depressed and so just sad about everything. And then one day, the Spirit comes, it rolls down the aisle, and he goes, I did that. He said, no matter what happens, no one can take that from me. I'm paraphrasing. It's a beautiful ending of the book. So wherever I go, that follows me. They follow me. They know I was there. I am saved. So wherever I go, whatever journeys I have, New Behold follows me. This church follows me. My parents follow me. And I'm forever saved for that. So again, I say thank you guys. Thank you for having me. And as always, thank you for welcoming me.
Thanks, Lillian. Before the USNH choir takes the stage, we wanted to share a few things about this piece. The choir can come on up while I'm talking so we can keep moving here. We've got a lot to do today. Okay. Which we hope will make your experience hearing the music more meaningful. The piece is entitled By the Lone Seashore. The text comes from 19th century Scottish songwriter Charles Mackay. The music was composed by Samuel Coleridge Taylor, a British composer and conductor. He was born in London in 1875. His mother was from England. His father was from Sierra Leone in Africa. By the time Coleridge Taylor died in 1912, he had made 3 tours of the United States in the early 1900s and was commonly referred to as the African Mahler. Coleridge Taylor's piece comes from a new anthology, the Oxford Book of Choral Music by Black Composers, released in 2023. Show them your books. I was supposed to show mine, but I left it on my chair. It is a collection presenting the first ever comprehensive overview of an area of choral music that has been historically underrepresented: Black musicians and composers. The songs represented in this anthology date from 1500, with Lusitano, the first published Black composer. The most recent song comes from 2022. Traditional Black music usually includes spirituals, gospels, jazz, hip hop, and rap. This anthology is made up of the non-idiomatic choral music of Black composers. We are grateful to our Director of Music, Christopher Grundy, and our pianist and Associate Director of Music, William Braun, who were instrumental in getting the Oxford Book of Choral Music by Black Composers into the choir's hands at USNH. In fact, our choir has been singing music from this book for the entire month of February. Now we invite you to listen as the USNH choir sings By the Lone Seashore by Samuel Coleridge Taylor.
By the lone seashore, It's incredibly nice to be part of a service this lovely. Thank you, John, for the great music, and Lillian, thank you for your warm and remarkable remarks. And as you spoke, I realized what was missing in the 45 years of my ministry, which is a Dunkin' card. I hope that changes. When my son Paul and I were writing our book, Sarah's Long Walk, more than 20 years ago, about the desegregation of the Boston schools in 1845, it was about a lot more than just the free blacks of Beacon Hill and their struggle, and their white abolitionist allies. It was really a precursor of the entirety of the civil rights movement, because these brave folk did more than open up the schools. They opened up the theaters, railway lines, government jobs, the vote, and the possibility of free black regiments fighting for their own freedom. And when we were looking for an epigraph to start the book, we could have picked all kinds of antebellum, pre-Civil War stuff, but we found a contemporaneous quote that I find to be one of the wisest things that has ever been said on race. And it is from the jazz trumpeter and composer, Wynton Marsalis, who grew up on the streets of New Orleans. And he said, well, race, it's always something you don't want to do, and it's always about confronting yourself, always tailor-made, about confronting yourself and the question of your heroism and of your courage in dealing with this trial is the measure of your success. Can you confront it with honesty? And do you have the energy to sustain an attack on it? Now, no one would necessarily confuse Creole New Orleans with Puritan New Haven, but they're both coastal towns. And Pisa is maybe better than Banyes. But they're both essential cities in the story of America. And so I think this kind of service today, and Marsalis' words, ring true for a nation that is struggling mightily with the notion of race in our national life, in every respect, and in every kind of lack of respect. And Wynton Marsalis' words feel so true. Do you have the ability to confront yourself? Do you have the ability to find courage and honesty? And most of all, and I think this is the important part, the energy. How many times have you heard people in the last year say, I'm so tired. I'm so tired of having to fight this over and over again. I can't believe we're back to where we were. Do you have the energy to sustain an attack upon it? Because this kind of hate has been going on for a very long time. And it's a long confrontation to meet it. And this is more than a political or cultural confrontation. It is ultimately, I believe, in its essence, a spiritual one. My definition of spirituality for years has been as much truth as you can stand. So courage, honesty, energy, and most of all, prospect. I looked up the definition of prospect. The third definition of prospect is the long vista before you, the far horizon. So yes, we're talking today and this afternoon about the other side of prospect, but there's a prospect that is within you, and there's a prospect before this congregation and this nation. And what is this work? This effort? I believe in the end, all this work is about finding each other. And when we have been artificially separated and forced apart and made to feel suspicious and seduced by the mask of race, we have an invitation before us to find each other, because we are so much better together. And we become more talented. And we become more vast and more hopeful. Most of all, we become more loving. Thomas Wolfe, the writer, said in the 1930s, "I believe that we are lost here in America, but I believe that we shall be found. I think the true discovery of America is before us. And I think the true fulfillment of our spirit, of our people, of our mighty and immortal land is yet to come. The true discovery of our democracy is still before us." And I think the enemy, he added, is with us as well. But I think we know the forms and faces of the enemy. And in the knowledge that we know him and shall meet him and eventually must conquer him is also our living hope. When Martin Luther King Jr. died, those around him, and at his funeral, quoted this Bible verse: "Behold, this dreamer cometh. Come now, therefore, and let us slay him, and we shall see what will become of his dreams." Andrew Young said, "We looked at each other, and it became our marching orders. And not a thing has changed since. It is still our marching orders. You can never let that dream be slayed. Too much is at stake. There is more joy somewhere." We sang it. We meant it. We heard it. We felt it. I believe this, and I know this congregation believes this. We're going to keep on until we find it, discover it within ourselves. And in this community, we will sustain that attack on racism this generation and in the next. And by doing so, we move past the tragedy, for that's quite real, and the pain and the chronic discouragements and the spasms of true setbacks. And we discover again and again that joy. It's not by duty or pursuit of righteousness or even correctness. To never let that dream die is not simply the hope of democracy. It is our own spiritual joy when we find each other. We can never let ourselves be mired in hate. It is a long journey. You talked about journeys. And it will never be easy, but the prospect is before us. And that is the joy of this ultimate connection. Because our streets can reflect not just civic creativity and connection across the divides, they can be places of pride rather than shame. And for this element of joy, when we find each other, life is simply better when hate drops away. We know this even when our politics do not. Our faith can lift us up when our souls can see each other truly as friends, as comrades, as fellow citizens, as children of the divine. And this becomes our greatest joy, to be liberated from hate, to be free to love. Amen. It is my happy joy to invite you to rise as you're willing and able for 149, the Black National Anthem. Lift every voice and sing 149.
And now, as Lillian extinguishes our chalice, I invite you to read with me the words printed in your order of service for extinguishing the chalice. We extinguish this flame, but not the light of truth, the warmth of community, or the fire of commitment. These we carry in our hearts until we are together again.
And we close this remarkable service, pro joy, with words from Reverend William Sinkford. Spirit of life and love, dear God of all nations, there is so much work to do. We have only begun to imagine justice and mercy. Help us to hold fast to our vision of what can be. May we see the hope in our history and find the courage and the voice to work for that constant rebirth of freedom and justice, and that is our dream. Amen. And do you know the way to Sesame Street?
There's one slight correction. It's not Sesame Street, it's Hartford Turnpike. Okay? chasing the clouds away, on our way to where the air is sweet. Can you tell me how to get to Hartford Turnpike? How to get to Hartford Turnpike? Sunny day, chasing the clouds away, on our way to where the air is sweet. Can you tell me how to get to Hartford Turnpike? How to get to Hartford Turnpike? One more time, y'all. Sunny day, shaking the clouds away, on our way to where the air is sweet. Can you tell me how to get to Hartford Turnpike? 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 Thank you. Yeah. Congratulations.
All right, thank you for your voice.
Have a nice day.
You too.
We're gonna set up teams. This people off the side.
I know that they had some questions about have to unlock. Yeah.
That stays for the first class.
Okay.
Move it after.
Okay.
No, I don't. People want to get it. That would be great.
I think I might need to help with the tablecloth. The what?
We made a mess.
That's really lame.
And Jerry put the noodles in, and he took them out. And then Jerry put the legs in. It's ready to
That's right, and not even said it.
Right. That's what kind of makes me
At
let
least
us know.
own up to it.
Yeah, exactly.
More down on your side.
All the way down the side.
Yeah, this is good. And
He's right here. Let's. Hey, Alistair.
Ask Mary. Mary told me. Which Mary? Kitchen Mary. I told her, I said, Jesse wanted a parent like this.
Okay.
And she said, no, I want this. And I said, all right, sure. So
We had tables on
Right.
the books.
Yeah.
Those need to go back up. One thing that's non-negotiable is.
yeah.
So I can take care of the rest of this.
Yeah, Mary's using those tables for the extension of the food.
tell me what time.
That's why I was just gonna put them
So then
back.
we need other tables set up.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry. Oh, yeah.
I'll talk to you. But if you sit in the dining hall, you tell them that you want to come in at 2:30 on Thursday to see them. What else is new? Well, whatever you do, have fun. You look marvelous.
What's that? I think I've got enough here because there's one more back there.
You
I
need
think we're good
pictures
for
of
now.
water?
What's that? A pitcher of filtered water from upstairs and 3 cups. 4 cups. Yes, and then Nicholas. Yes. I need you. You can do that. When we do the chair or they would sit at the table. What we'll do is we're going to move the pole Yeah. Sure. That's great. Yeah, I mean, we'll be able to fit three behind you. On side. Sure. And what I will do is I'll do and then we'll have that microphone will go on to the yeah, that's fine. Here. You've got a clock built into it, so if you ever want to, for your timekeeping purposes. And well, we can move. Yeah, this adjusts, so it can go. Yeah, perfect. It can go flat. Let's put it flat.
I've been working on this. I went online, I looked at Paul Bass and he said,
No, that's what we call all base.
that was good. I said, he said it wrong, so I went back to see how.
Call them payroll base.
I went back to see how Kevin pronounced it. He did it right.
Let's just say David with off.
So it is actually David.
David off.
That's what I said. It was just, I thought I was supposed to pronounce the W, not the B.
The W is just like Ellis Island. They even add a lot of Germans.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Let me just say real quick.
I'm sorry.
If you would like, we can adjust this for your height. So if you don't mind standing in front of it for a second. Let's go up a little bit. And then your ideal distance from this microphone is about 6 to 8 inches.
Then can we move it back? Because I'm going to stand by this with all my various items.
Move it away from you or?
Away, if you, yeah. So maybe back here, as far back as you can, because I'm going to stand right at this thing.
That's actually pretty, I mean, if
that's
you
good?
even, yeah, that's good right there.
All right. Thank you.
All righty.
All right.
Excellent. Have fun with this.
All right, I appreciate it.
Yeah, and then is that flat enough to get your stuff on there?
So we're gonna park here, move this out of the way.
Right, after, not now. After the first part, Jesse will take care of it. So how about you? Yes. Lovely. Okay.
I think we're set up now. The next thing is going to be at 1 o'clock when we take our break for lunch, and I'm going to have to move this quickly to the back and get the microphone reset up and to get that repositioned. No pulpit, yeah. Yes.
Gail Walter wants me to greet at the door.
Yes, we got some meetings.
Check one, check two. Hi, everybody. Good morning. I just wanted to make sure that everybody in the social hall knows our program, the author talk for The Other Side of Prospect, is going to begin in just a couple of minutes in the sanctuary. So if you're staying for the author talk, please start moving into the sanctuary. We're going to try to start promptly at noon. Right. And if you're not staying, we would gently like to ask you to think about getting your car from the USNH parking lot so that we can make room for people who are coming for the book event.
I'm going to just remind people right now to please turn off your cell phones if you haven't already done so. Thank you. Good afternoon. Can I ask you to get seated, please? Can you hear me? So we're going to try not to run too late.
Folks, if you could find your seats, we're going to get started.
Just making my note about Aaron. Okay, I'm going to start. Good afternoon and welcome. I'm Gail Walter, a member of the Planning Committee for the Other Side of Prospect event. We're so pleased that you've all come today to participate in this important conversation about race, violence, and inequality in our American city. You'll see on the program that we have planned a break to begin at 1 o'clock. We may go a little bit late on that, but we'll try to stick as close to 1 o'clock as we can. That will be a break with refreshments in the social hall, which is up through the center aisle through those doors. We hope that you will use some of the time during the break to meet new people, to learn about Connecticut Against Gun Violence, who will be tabling in there, and to purchase copies of this book from Possible Futures Bookstore, which will also be tabling in there. Please consider buying extra copies of the book to donate to LEAP, a tutoring and mentoring program for students in New Haven. Nicholas will be available for book signing during the break. Before he begins his talk, I would like to thank Nikki for all the help and support he has given us in planning this event. Everything from detailed recommendations for the book discussions we've held over the past 2 months to inviting the speakers for today's panel. Thank you, Nikki. If you read Nicholas's memoir, The Crowd Sounds Happy, which I highly recommend, you will understand how in many ways his life has uniquely prepared him to tell us this story about New Hallville. Not only is he a gifted writer, but he is someone who has long known and cared about people and places on both sides of Prospect. Now for a more formal introduction, I'm going to turn the mic over to Aaron Good, who is a member of the Board of Directors of the Humanist Association of Connecticut.
Thank you very much, Gail. Thanks to all of you. What a wonderful audience this is. Can everybody hear me okay? Great. A few years ago, the website founded by Nate Silver, 538.com, which is all about fun with polling and statistics, published an article by a data scientist that was provocatively entitled, "Normal America is Not a Small Town of White People." And the piece explained in convincing statistical detail that Greater New Haven also known as the New Haven-Milford Metropolitan Statistical Area, is in fact the most demographically representative place in America, the most precisely calibrated microcosm of American racial, religious, age, and income diversity writ large. Pretty interesting. For those of us who roll our eyes and gnash our teeth every time the New York Times publishes a story about the voting preferences of people in a diner somewhere in rural Ohio, valorizing them as the authentic voice of real America, this insight was a noteworthy and welcome one. And the article by Jed Kolko, if you want to look it up, continues to circulate across the internet to this day, one of the most widely read commentaries about New Haven that is not pizza related of all time. It's mentioned in passing in the opening pages of The Other Side of Prospect, and in the 4 books of New Haven history that I've co-written and co-edited in the last few years, some version or paraphrase of the article's conclusions has made it into the introduction of each one of them as a way of reminding the reader that when it comes to overarching historical and sociological trends, what happens in New Haven does not stay in New Haven. If you really think about it, there is nothing too surprising about the statistical revelation that New Haven, Greater New Haven, is unique precisely for its non-uniqueness. One of the fortuitous consequences of New Haven as this finely calibrated microcosm is that for many decades, going back at least to Robert Dahl's magisterial 1961 book, Who Governs Democracy and Power in an American City, which for 63 years has never gone out of print, New Haven has been the fodder for some of America's greatest minds and most incisive social commentators. Dahl, Ray Wolfinger, Nelson Polsby, G. William Domhoff, Douglas Ray, this murderer's row of astute observers who, with New Haven, the model city under their proverbial microscope, have developed and debated the most fundamental ideas about urban politics, power, law, justice, and inequality. Much is made these days of Richard Rothstein's 2017 book, The Color of Law, for its discussion of redlining maps as a kind of original sin for locking in urban segregation. An important book, to be sure, but one could have learned all about the long, disturbing legacy of Homeowners Loan Corporation lending risk maps a dozen years before Rothstein in Doug Ray's masterful book, City, Urbanism and Its End, which is entirely about New Haven and at the same time not really about New Haven at all. It is hardly an exaggeration to say then that New Haven is the seminal case study in American social science, and some of the greatest books about the American city take New Haven as their ostensible subject. And I hope those of you who have read The Other Side of Prospect would agree with me that this book now takes its rightful place as the latest entry, a non-academic entry in this brilliant canon. And all this was in my mind a few weeks ago when I was talking about this event with a friend who said she was looking to get a birthday gift for a bookish relative in Florida, and was wondering if I thought someone not from New Haven would be able to understand or appreciate or get anything out of this book. And naturally, I gave her an exasperated look and launched into a soliloquy about diners in Ohio and how this is not primarily a book about New Haven anymore than Dahl's Who Governs is a book about New Haven, or the brothers Karamazov is just a book about the Novgorod Oblast, or indeed that Black History and Black History Month is just about Black people and not about our collective reality. To be sure, that the answer to the question my friend posed to me is an emphatic, resounding, unequivocal, exuberant yes, is certainly not to say that attentive followers of the New Haven Independent won't derive a smug insider's satisfaction from Davidoff's perfectly drawn sketches of local personalities, from Richard C. Lee to John DeStefano, from Dean Esserman to Diane Poland to Norm Pattis to Winfred Rembert, whose work incidentally hangs on walls inside this building. But the real subject of The Other Side of Prospect, its core insights and lasting significance, and what makes it so deserving of major awards, is not confined to this one quote, small city with big city problems, as Davidoff aptly describes New Haven, but rather what he calls the, quote, common American calamity, the violence, the gone grandeur of cities, the end of new beginnings, an old, unresolved American history. Unresolved indeed. All of Nicholas Davidoff's work evokes and extrapolates upon a richly textured sense of place, whether his book on country music and its origins in the American South, or a recent essay in The New Yorker on the fathers of the Hamden Little League. But Davidoff and the narrative canvas of New Haven were made for each other in a way that we can only marvel at and feel deep gratitude for. Nicholas Davidoff is the acclaimed author of half a dozen books, numerous articles for The New Yorker and other publications. His first book, The Catcher Was a Spy, The Mysterious Life of Moe Berg, was a national bestseller, made into a film a few years ago starring Paul Rudd and New Haven's own Paul Giamatti. Nikki's book, The Fly Swatter, was a Pulitzer Prize finalist, and another book, In the Country of Country, was named one of the greatest all-time works of travel literature by Condé Nast. Nikki's 2009 book, The Crowd Sounds Happy, Gail mentioned it, A Story of Love, Madness, and Baseball, is a masterpiece. Please get it and read it. It also features New Haven as a poignant, tragic protagonist. Nikki's book, Collision Low Crossers, A Year Inside the Turbulent World of NFL Football, was a finalist for a PEN America Literary Award. He is the editor of the Library America's collection of writings about America's pastime, which is called Baseball, a Literary Anthology. Davidoff has been a Guggenheim, Berlin Prize, and Art for Justice Fellow, and is a regular contributor to The New Yorker, The New York Times Magazine, and The American Scholar. Please join me in welcoming Nicholas Davidoff.
Wow, I don't think I can live up to that, Aaron. It's very generous of you. And very generous of all of you to come on your Sunday afternoon. I'm especially grateful to the Unitarian Society of Greater New Haven, of course, the Humanist Association of Connecticut, Connecticut Against Gun Violence, and in particular, Gail Walter and Sharon McBlain, who've put so much into this event, as have participants from the Unitarian Societies, the other side of Prospect group conversation. I mean, just saying that is, it's so flattering to someone like me, you know, who spent 8 years by myself, in effect, thinking about these things in constant conversation, obviously, with many, many people. I also thank Barbara Patrick, the Community Foundation of Greater New Haven, Art for Justice, and I want you to consider me today's purgatory, because if you stay for the panel, following lunch, you'll hear from Babs Rawls-Ivy, Anthony Campbell, and Ken Rosenthal, and then you're in the company of angels. I brought along some spontaneous remarks. Some of them have already been mentioned by others. Place matters in how we grow up. We're all products of our environments. I grew up in late 1970s and early 1980s New Haven. New Haven was then, as it is now, a remarkably diverse city of neighborhoods. It's also highly segregated. In the 1950s, New Haven became known by government officials as America's model city. And in more recent years, as Aaron said, demographers have called it the country's most typical city, because it is a small city with big city problems built on a scale that allows for unusual scrutiny. New Haven is perhaps more accurately a representative American city. Michael Jefferson, who is a leading Black civil rights and criminal lawyer in New Haven, grew up in the Bronx. And Michael says that New York was too big. It was only when he came to Southern Connecticut State University for college that this smaller city could function, he says, like a microscope, and I could see American life, could see and understand how the country works. Most of us spend our youth in our neighborhoods, our delimited worlds. If, however, you were me and you came of age between spaces, lived on one floor of a rented two-family house with a white single mother, a teacher who slept on a fold-out sofa, filled my life with books and culture, and also her anxiety about making her small salary last the month, and you had a severely mentally ill father who lived in another state, sometimes wandering in the streets, you might often feel some shame and like an outsider at peripheral remove in New Haven, as I did. There are many ways to know your hometown. I regularly rode my bike downtown to visit the New Haven Public Library. One day there, by chance, I met my first real writer, Eleanor Estes, then in her 70s, whose classic series of Newbery Medal and Honor Roll books about the adventures of the Moffat family of Cranbury, Connecticut, were inspired by her own West Haven childhood. I had a number of people then for whom I raked leaves, shoveled snow, and worked in the New Haven, worked around in New Haven neighborhoods, cutting lawns. Later, I had maintenance and security jobs at a private club and at a factory. You had to convince city people you were the one to be responsible for showing up to clear their walks and mow their lawns. Eleanor Estes agreed to let me become her leaf raker, her snow shoveler, and her Christmas tree installer. When I was 11, she inscribed my water-damaged copy of The Moffats. For my friend Nikki Davidoff, super-de-duper salesman of our street. Best wishes, Eleanor Estes. An image I loved in the Moffats described Jane Moffat's habit of placing her head upside down back between her legs and looking out at the world. I'm sorry it's small, but you can see what Jane's up to. This method, Jane believed, gave life a cleaner, brighter aperture. It turns out this was an especially meaningful image for Eleanor Estes. She said artists and writers should strive to see the world first time fresh, with the innocence of childhood discovery. In what was commonplace to others, they would locate beauty. With my raking and shoveling earnings, I'd ride my bike downtown and spend it in local shops. Most of them were family-owned then. What you bought, the people from whom you bought things, and other people in the shops with you, it all gave you a feeling that you were a public participant. Merchants came to know you and your tastes and habits, and they might inform and deepen them. I still look at the spines of books I bought as a child at the Foundry bookstore, Bookhaven and Hall of Books, and there I see my people and my city. As to bookstores, you yourselves, of course, can do the same now at wondrous places like R.J. Julia outside New Haven, Gray Matter, McBlain Books on Dixwell Avenue in Hamden, or the locally beloved Possible Futures, which is on Edgewood Avenue in New Haven. In 7th grade, I switched from a public school to a private school I attended tuition-free. As I daily rode across town, I passed the edge of the Newhallville neighborhood, and there the Winchester Gun Factory, where year by year I could tell from the emptying parking lots, disused buildings, and the shorter lines at factory and employee entrances that things were not going well. I played a lot of youth baseball, and as I advanced through the age group leagues, I traversed the city on my bicycle, came to know most neighborhoods. At my new school, many children had silver smiles. Eventually, I learned they were wearing metal braces to straighten their teeth. That summer, I played shortstop in a baseball league in working-class Fairhaven on a field near the low-income public houses. One day, out at second base, when a kid with a long Italian surname whom we called Rap showed gleaming evidence of having visited the orthodontist, it occurred to me that here among us, he was the only one. When people die, their obituary or public death notice typically describes the significant aspects of their personal history and professional accomplishments. But beyond who your family was and what work you did, everybody also leaves behind a different kind of life story, what could be called an emotional obituary. This interior autobiography would be drawn from those formative moments known only privately to you that in the moment seemed like nothing special, but across your lifetime keep suddenly reappearing in your mind at haphazard moments. Why these are the particular memories that keep resurfacing is often inscrutable. And then a sudden revelation, and at last you understand. Similarly, one way to think about childhood is as a succession of awakenings, moments of sudden luminous clarity that say, this is how the world is. Another year, I played baseball in Newhallville, the now all-black neighborhood not far from the Winchester gun factory. There, I had teammates and opponents whose battered apartments and worn clothing suggested families struggling to meet their basic needs. There was a day when I stood in my uniform on that dusty field, looking out beyond the bleachers, thinking about how right there, just up that hill across a street named Prospect, was what every towny kid thought of as paradise for young people, Yale University, where the green lawns were kept lushly groomed for the almost entirely white student body. It wasn't just the divergent extremes of wealth, poverty, and relative opportunity I was absorbing, but their in-your-face proximity. The juxtaposition was bewildering enough to me then that I can still hear the strangely formal interior locution in which, standing there that day on my infield position, my pre-adolescent voice not yet changed, I asked myself, why should this be? I became an adult, left New Haven. Whenever I would return home to visit my mom, the dynamic of the two incongruous New Havens was only intensifying. I could readily see that things were only growing more prosperous around Yale, while Newhallville seemed the same or more forlorn. That Yale and Newhallville should be so close, the college right over there, and yet so far away, I continued to find completely unsettling. Why should a community divide in this blunt, uneven way? Every few years, the New York Times would publish an article on the two Connecticuts, the wealthy, safe, low-crime state with its impoverished, violent city neighborhoods. New Haven was by now, as Aaron said, an archetype for demographers, measuring Gini indexes and growth ratios for inequality. As for Newhallville, if you look at photographs of Newhallville then and today, it could be anywhere, an American place, which is point. Over time, I grasped that New Haven really was a representative version of what remains a persistent American problem from New York to Trenton to Philadelphia to Baltimore to Durham and out on across the heartland. Fully formed American working class neighborhoods without any well-paying work. And with my city, as in Philadelphia, Baltimore, Chicago, Palo Alto, Los Angeles, the walls of elite universities were all that separated them from another America. In 2012, I decided I would move back to New Haven and try to answer my childhood question of why this, to me, strange juxtaposition should be, and what it might mean for current versions of kids like those I'd grown up with. I wanted to write a book that explained the many forces over time that make a city the way it is, and express in particular the unique experience of young people surrounded by opportunity that's unavailable to them. In the most extreme, I was interested in the enormous but not well understood American problem of gun violence, how it happens, and how it both affects and reveals communities. The less than square mile that is Newhallville borders on the south and east by Prospect and Division Streets, extends west to Sherman Parkway, and courses north to the Hamden Line. Newhallville is a classic post-industrial community. It was a place formed by work. New Haven once existed at the foundation of a new idea in American labor history, homes for workers that existed separately from the place of employment. When Eli Whitney required skilled hands to work in his Hamden gun factory, off what is now Whitney Avenue, he built them houses, creating Whitneyville. 50 years later, New Haven was a world center for carriage manufacture. George Newhall was the owner of such a successful carriage business that to keep up with labor demands, he too needed to build homes for his workers. Newhallville. Soon enough, automobiles replaced carriages, and Winchester replaced Newhall as the manufacturing anchor of a classic working class community. Every major European immigrant wave came through Newhallville. Unskilled, undereducated, Irish, Italians, Germans, and Eastern Europeans, including Russians and Poles, arrived, did labor that was tedious and often exhausting. But Winchester's virtue was that there a person could learn a trade or how to command a machine, earn income enough to buy a first house, cars, could move up and out to surrounding communities, afford tuitions, provide a better life for their kids.
The final wave to New Hallville was African Americans from the South during the Great Migration, especially South Carolina. These Southern arrivals to New Haven did exactly as earlier groups had done, and today they describe New Hallville back in the 1950s and 1960s as the most risen Black neighborhood in Connecticut, with the highest neighborhood rate of African American home ownership in the state, a flourishing Southern neighborhood in a northern city. There, people grew okra and peaches, bred roses, azaleas, and hydrangea. You could walk down the sidewalk and tell just by smelling the air who baked the best sweet potato pie, the most delicious pineapple upside-down cake. People were formal. They walked to the grocery store in their church clothes. Some women wore white gloves. For children of school age, neighborhood tradition insisted that the entire block know when report card day was. On the way home that afternoon, every child might have to show theirs to every neighbor who asked. As you can tell, there remained a close connection to the South. Babs Rawls-Ivy remembers one farmer who drove his pickup overnight from Carolina, the truck bed loaded with greens. And when he got to New Haven, he went up and down the streets of New Hallville calling out his window, "Come on and get your vegetables here." Even today, look around. Everywhere in New Haven, you'll notice South Carolina license plates. New Hallville then was notably safe. Nobody locked their doors. Trouble comes when the work goes away. New Haven's painful irony is that the gun factory closes, and that leads to an epidemic of gun violence. I had a subject, but not a story, not a way of creating a narrative that would reveal and illuminate what I hope to know and to say. As a narrative nonfiction writer, my work involved relating the experience of others, not myself. In this respect, I relied on what amounted to advice from two of my favorite writers. James Baldwin once wrote, "If one really wishes to know how justice is administered in a country, one does not question the policemen, the lawyers, the judges, or the protected members of the middle class. One goes to the unprotected." In this way, I was likewise following the example of Virginia Woolf, who exhorts herself in The Common Reader to face the fact of other existences, grapple with the mechanism of external things, report the speeches of men and women who existed independently of herself. Can you do what Baldwin and Woolf propose? A third writer I'd loved since reading My Antonia in high school was Willa Cather. Another of her books is Death Comes for the Archbishop, a novel of missionary Catholic priests in 19th century New Mexico. Cather herself was an Episcopalian gay woman from Nebraska. The critic who reviewed Death Comes for the Archbishop in the Catholic journal Commonweal said, "Miss Cather is not Catholic, yet certainly no Catholic American writer that I know of has ever written so many pages so steeped in spiritual knowledge and understanding of Catholic motives, and so sympathetically illustrative of the wonder and beauty of Catholic mysteries as she has done in this book." It's Cather's generous commitment to celebrating the experience of others that I so admire in her, as well as her ability to convey what is sublime in the everyday. What other people might consider mundane and look past, she celebrates. In New Haven, as I explored my own incipient subject, one day a New Haven criminal lawyer called me on the telephone. He'd heard what I was doing and he wanted to tell me about one of his clients. This was a young man from New Hallville named Bobby who'd been in prison for 8 years, since age 16, having been coerced by police, the lawyer said, into falsely confessing to a New Hallville murder Bobby hadn't committed, the lawyer said. The victim was an elderly man named Pete Fields, who'd grown up on a South Carolina farm, come to New Haven in the 1950s and done well, moved up and away, lived in a large house in a town outside the city. Pete Fields had been killed while visiting New Hallville, his childhood neighborhood. He'd probably been set up by people who knew he was coming to the city that day and would have a lot of bill-paying cash on him. The lawyer said that this case might inform my project. The point seemed to be that Bobby's life trajectory had been shaped by the isolated neighborhood he grew up in, that if what the lawyer said was true, Bobby hadn't in effect been seen for who he truly was. More broadly, by growing up segregated and set apart, kids like Bobby were more vulnerable to all kinds of trouble, including overzealous police. The parallel point about police, by the way, is that you can't solve crimes without accurate information, and people who don't already know and trust you won't help you when suddenly you need them in a crisis. On a snowy Sunday, I visited the lawyer in an old rambling New Haven house converted by a firm into its law office. His desk was up in the former attic under the eaves. There in the attic, I looked through boxes of documents. I didn't know the lawyer, and I, of course, had no idea whether Bobby was innocent or guilty, but the materials seemed persuasive. They seemed to speak to questions I'd been asking. The lawyer's name is Ken Rosenthal, the first member of his family to attend college, Yale class of 1967. Years later, thinking back to 2010, Ken Rosenthal could no longer remember how it was that he became Bobby's lawyer. Rosenthal was a wholehearted person, someone who occupied himself with legal projects so time-consuming, years of strenuous effort, that they rapidly became what he had always been doing and always would be doing. His moment-to-moment engagement in these cases was complete. He did not defer or avoid or postpone or procrastinate or run errands. When others temporized, he became impatient, might rail against these obstacles to his onward motion. For recreation, Rosenthal was a long-distance runner who at age 65 completed his third marathon in 18 months. But more accurately, all of these running races, like his cases, were one single forever race. He didn't care about money. He didn't care about fame. He didn't care what he drove or ate or wore. He had no evident relationship to irons, dry cleaners, combs, fabric softener, or dinner time. When he submitted to family summer vacations, it was understood that he would pack law books, but not his swimsuit, and his days would be spent at the nearest library. Occasionally there came a morning when he stayed away from the library. Then he could be found at the regional courthouse observing. To children's birthday parties, he brought the legal briefs he was drafting, and he sat on the couch penciling improvements amid hats and hooters. He almost always took on unwinnable cases, put in his all, and lost way more than 90% of them. But against opposing lawyers with the most fearsome reputations, sometimes he won. I went to the Cheshire Correctional Institution with Ken Rosenthal, and I met Bobby. I liked Bobby right away. He seemed frank and candid, qualities in such vivid contrast with what the lawyer said he'd done. Falsely confessed to the worst thing you could do to another person. I began visiting Bobby regularly. I met people in Bobby's immediate community. I met police familiar with his case, with the ways of the department. I was no expert, but there was for me a growing sense of his innocence. There was also a growing sense that he was a good subject. As readers, you know that not everyone is. I thought this about Bobby, partly because of things he told me early on. Don't make me a saint, Nikki, he'd insist. There was his willingness to relate his flaws, unflattering parts of himself. Let's be clear, nobody believes they'd falsely confessed to a murder that they didn't commit. Bobby, too, wanted to understand why he had given in to police pressure. It was coercion, but even so, Bobby believed he had to justify his confession. And over time, he convinced himself he must in some way be guilty of something and deserve this. Outside himself, he was such an observant person. Bobby had the ability to inhabit the lives of others and express them later with rare recall. He had sympathy for suffering men and women, and he was unusually perceptive about people and their motivations. As he described elements of his own emotional autobiography, he made it vivid with detail, letting me see him across his past life. He could also talk about other children's interior lives, including how undermining it felt to be on the far side of the city's invisible railroad track. Like every kid from Newhallville, Bobby knew what it meant to grow up around guns. In our divided country, where people's opinions about legal guns so often veer quickly into the certainty of ideology, here are some truths. Legally owned guns are almost never fired at people with the permits to use them. Wealthy and poor people alike find sources of identification and status in a gun similar to those that many Americans locate in cars or brands of clothing. One woman from Newhallville says that among young men she knows, it became a trend like sneakers. It's, I have to have the latest sneakers, I have to have the latest gun. They make it so cool to have a gun. Back during Winchester's era of high sales, the gun company chose 12 as the age to begin marketing guns to future customers. The advertising copy read, "There isn't a boy in your town who doesn't want to own a Winchester rifle." Right now, gun violence has surpassed car accidents as the leading cause of death for American children and teenagers. The CDC calculates the total number of annual fatalities are rising among American minors at a rate of nearly 10% a year. Bobby was the unusual New Hallville teenager who'd ridden his own bicycle all over New Haven, seen both sides of the city. Most kids he grew up with stayed in the neighborhood. Bobby said that one of the qualities of neighborhood isolation was that you were so stuck in place you didn't know what a future looked like. The pervasive hopelessness around Bobby expressed itself in many ways. Struggling people took comfort variously in everything from faith to exercise to cooking, TV shows, video games, sex, family and love, alcohol and drugs. After they grew up, the childhood memories of the kids Bobby knew would remain just as close with them as mine did, just as prone to sudden reemergence, just as real feeling and electric. But most of them weren't recalling fortunate broadening encounters meeting people like Eleanor Estes, and some of what they had seen was well beyond troubling. A few had so many traumatic experiences, most notably the early loss of loved ones, parental addiction, severe neglect and abuse, exposure to gun violence at a young age. It led to an emptiness of spirit, anger, fear, a complete lack of optimism, and they became violent themselves. Worth noting is that living in a vulnerable place and yet not far from a section of the city where young people are conspicuously well cared for could be painful for kids from New Hallville. They'd see the blue panic phones around Yale, but not in New Hallville, where they have so much more cause for alarm. They'd see Broadway all lit up and shimmering for Christmas when their neighborhood was dark. Bobby and others said these contrasts could increase alienation and self-loathing that, again, in rare instances, could combine in at-risk young people to have lethal results. To me, it seemed intuitive that there would be an emotional relationship between gun violence and stark juxtaposed inequity. Anthony Campbell, Yale's chief of police, has spent his life thinking about inequality and its depleting consequences. Campbell considers it crucial that his own Harlem childhood took place far enough from Columbia University that he didn't have to confront the educational opportunity he would have assumed was not for him. His mother was a corrections officer at Rikers Island. His father was in and out of prison. When Campbell became the first member of his family to attend college, he joined the Yale class of 1995. He later received a master's degree from Yale Divinity School. He joined the New Haven Police Department and eventually became its second black chief before returning to Yale. Campbell said there were potent implications for young people living close by an elite college and yet a world away. When you can walk 3 minutes, he said, make a right and see nothing but wealth and security and well-being, happiness, people with future outlooks hopeful and bright, and you're looking over your shoulder because you might be harmed, you worry about eating, rent, that wealth becomes a magnifying glass that takes any light and turns it into a laser beam that cuts you to the core. Young people, he said, are forced to think to themselves, they don't care, they're right there, they have to notice and they don't care. And that becomes, I gotta do what I gotta do. Young people believed guns could offer them protection, and in a community where many felt they had no agency, guns could also be the source of agency and power and acclaim. A few found thrilling the possibility of becoming street famous by walking toward what petrified everybody else. At prisons, people from New Haven for violent crimes talked about Major, an intelligent, academically motivated New Hallville teenager who'd become neighborhood famous for shooting people before being murdered himself. The explanation one young man who knew Major offered was, where he came from, they glorify violence, people want recognition. It goes from carrying a gun to shooting at people, to shooting people, to killing people. There's a, you don't give a damn anymore, shoot somebody, it's nothing. Typically, those who commit street violence exist in what researchers call networks, cohorts of men well known to one another. They might be shooting victims one day and perpetrators the next. Nobody I met ever knew a happy shooter. What most have in common, again, is fear. Even in American neighborhoods that are statistically dangerous, the sources of violence are very, very few people. But violence resembles shark attacks in beach communities. It doesn't take much for everyone to be terrified. At the beach, someone begins screaming, the reddening water immediately empties for many days. But street murders happen in the neighborhoods where people live and can't easily leave. After the blood and skull fragments are washed away, sidewalks, porches, and driveways remain indelibly stained with the mayhem that has taken place. And with each new murder updating this dire spectral topography, people feel more oppressed by the unrelenting presence of violent death. Less than a month ago, a 16-year-old boy was shot on Newhall Street. Murder, Pete Fields' daughter Susan told me, ruins families. During my project, I met many people in New Haven who counted off dozens of murdered friends and relatives with the ready enumeration of high school seniors listing the colleges they'd applied to. At first, listening to people tally up these many deaths, the numbers had seemed surreal, and I couldn't fathom them. That changed when some of the young men I now knew began to die themselves, one after the next, murdered on clear afternoons in the streets of the city where I grew up. Each was someone with a new homeroom teacher, or a new job, or a new girlfriend, or a new child, and now he was never going to grow old. Bobby and other young people, some inside prisons, spoke of young people's fear of violence, how exhausting it is, that it distracts you from everything else, including school classes, that most kids who had guns just got them to protect themselves. I heard about a young man in Hartford who put on a bulletproof vest every day with his underwear while getting dressed. All this in one of the wealthiest states in our country. I consider it to the enormous credit of Bobby and the many others who took on this sensitive subject, spoke patiently about it. They wanted members of the public to know of their experience so the public could better understand the tragic, complex problem of gun violence. They said they hoped for a public conversation. Here's a brief sense of how it can feel to be a kid at risk in the neighborhood. You need to know, just in Bobby's favorite part of childhood and, in the day-to-day of each year, and that of many kids that he knew, was an annual basketball tournament that happens in New Hallville. It's a round-robin basketball tournament. It's teams made up of people who are the best players in the greater New Haven area, and they compete on a basketball court in New Hallville. And it's a big, warm, happy public event. People line up around the court 5 or 6 deep. There's food being cooked. There are games for children. There's music. But in 2018, there'd been a spate of shootings in the community, and so Bobby and many other people were staying away. There's a person referred to here whose name is William or June Boy Outlaw, and he's called a violence interrupter. He's an unusually good at meeting with children who are at risk for violence and helping them to make other choices. Into this tense neighborhood moment, steps from where Bobby had lived before prison, on the last Sunday in July, arrived the street outreach worker William June Boy Outlaw, with a lawn chair which he sat down facing the court from right smack in the middle of the sidewalk along Shelton Avenue, his address long ago as his own youthful street days were beginning. Here in the summer heat, Outlaw was resplendent, his great bodily girth set off handsomely by a crisp checked shirt, designer sunglasses, and a gold tooth. Sherman Malone, a leader of the anti-violence organization Outlaw worked for, said of him, "You can't succeed in the criminal world without real skills, but it's very hard for us to find people who are not still entranced with their skills. William isn't, but William's like a politician." Sure enough, the lawn chair became a congressional office, attracting a procession of seekers and supplicants. Among them was a young man in his late teens with a dark blue sleeveless shirt and strain all over his face. Sleeveless wanted Outlaw to know that another kid, notably small and swaggering, whom he named, had stolen his purple bicycle. Both were from the housing project 3 blocks away. When Sleeveless briefly left his bike unlocked outside his apartment, Swagger had ridden off on it. Sleeveless seemed both subdued and yet holding within him a deep anger to be without his bike, and reduced to pressing his case to Outlaw. Kids in New Hallville, Outlaw would say later, have so little that what they do own matters too much to them. One crucial thing the bike meant to Sleeveless, it was his means of periscoping trouble in the near distance and evading it. As Outlaw and Sleeveless were talking, Swagger came into view, swooping down Shelton Avenue on Sleeveless's bike. Spotting Sleeveless, he banged a right and disappeared along Brewster Street toward Dixwell Avenue. Sleeveless turned back to Outlaw and said in a flat voice that he either wanted his bike back or Swagger owed him $80. Outlaw told Sleeveless the bike would be returned if it was really his, but was it? He hadn't stolen it himself, had he? No, it wasn't a stole, Sleeveless said. His cousin had given it to him 3 years ago. Sleeveless didn't want any beef. He didn't want anything at all except his bike. Sleeveless looked far beyond tired, like the oldest teenager in history. The furrow in his brow was a 2-month ditch. Would Outlaw help, he asked, effort emanating. Outlaw would help. Sleeveless closed his eyes and took a breath. He opened his eyes, blinked them for the first time since he'd arrived. Outlaw telephoned Kermit Carolina, the popular neighborhood native who'd been the Hill House High School principal and was now in charge of YouthStat, a city government organization that partnered with assorted social service and law enforcement agencies, identifying and working with the most at-risk kids in the school system. The stories Carolina's cell phone contest lists could tell were so tragic, people wondered how he retained his well-known bonhomie. Within minutes, Carolina arrived at Outlaw's chair, clad in dapper black workout gear. He was a former state championship-winning Hill House basketball coach. In no time, Carolina and Outlaw had communicated with Swagger about Sleeveless's bike, which Swagger agreed to return in exchange for a $10 finder's fee. He negotiated from Outlaw, and then almost right away, here came Swagger, lean, diminutive, cocksure and strutting. Everything about Swagger advertised what was true, that he had friends with guns. To look at him was to confront Sleeveless's just around predicament and Bobby's. As a young person in the neighborhood, you had to prove yourself so many times to those who tried you, and it never, ever stopped. The two-piece negotiators pulled Swagger aside and talked to him vigorously. The argument was brokered, the $10 paid over, and then Outlaw said sternly to Swagger, "That's the end of this. It stops here. I don't want to hear anything more." He looked meaningfully at Swagger and told him, "Gave you $20 last week." He meant that crime paid, but not forever. Only now did Swagger quite leisurely depart and then return minutes later with the bike. It was a simple mountain bike model and not in fact purple, but red with uneven streaks of blue spray painted over portions of the red. Both coats of color had sustained abundant scrapes and scratches, and the frame tubing was well buffered with use. A thick chain with lock was coiled around the seat post. Swagger walked off without looking at Sleeveless. Sleeveless had never looked at him. Once Swagger was gone, Sleeveless hopped on his bike and rode away. As he did, Outlaw and Carolina simultaneously yelled to him to use that chain from now on. Sleeveless called back that the chain wouldn't work because he couldn't unlock it from the seat post. Outlaw and Carolina agreed that the second coat of spray paint probably did mark the bike as a stole. They had pessimism about Swagger. He was close to another neighborhood kid with an Ascendant Street reputation. Everything Outlaw and Carolina knew about Swagger made them very worried for Sleeveless. In this time when handguns had become widely accessible to young people and an accepted way among them of settling arguments, beefs that ended in death had begun over much less. With Swagger living in his apartment complex, how was Sleeveless going to navigate his day-to-day? Neither Outlaw nor Carolina could in any way promise Sleeveless his well-being. Was he now in peril for snitching to them about his bike, or was being paid to return a bike he'd stolen a sufficient victory for Swagger that Sleeveless's possible breach of street code could be overlooked? Could Swagger have scammed with Sleeveless to play Outlaw for some cash? Unlikely. But Outlaw and Carolina never estimated the ingenuity of teenagers. It was likewise easy for the two violence interrupters to imagine Sleeveless becoming so cornered by menace, he might acquire a gun for himself and try to take out Swagger, which would solve Sleeveless's problem and also armor him with a street reputation. Sleeveless didn't seem like that kind of kid at all, but you never knew how thermal pressure in the canister of only bad choices could transform someone into a shooter. Getting the gun would be the easy part for Sleeveless. One could be arranged at a price not much more than the value of a beat-up mountain bike. Mass incarceration speaks to mass poverty. Prisons are full of people who grew up in poverty because poverty is violent. Talk with numbers of people in prison about violence. Each will say, "I never met anybody straight bad." Another phrase you'll commonly hear is, "I'm a product of my environment." They mean the neighborhood where they grew up and also its satellite prison. Prison was conceived as the place nobody wants to go to. Accordingly, life inside prisons is defined by stress and boredom and regret and depression. Far too often, prison destroys people. What it takes to succeed in prison is different from what it takes out here. In prison, you age, of course, but as to lived experience, people remain the age they were when they went in. They endure, they get through, and then they emerge weighted by the experience of where they've been. One day I received a phone call from Bobby's lawyer, Ken Rosenthal. The state had reinvestigated his case and Bobby's conviction had been overturned. 2 hours later, there I was at the prison, watching a man be told that it had all been a big mistake and now he was going home. When a person is released, mass incarceration gives way to mass re-entry. People return to a society that mostly seems to say, "You messed up, fix yourself." Most are uniquely not in a position to do that. They have on their biography whatever landed them in prison to begin with, and now that eroding experience. I spent a year observing a men's reentry group where I met people whose acute desire to succeed in American life was so often undermined by their acute lack of preparation for doing so. Bobby's a good example of how difficult prison reentry is. He was exonerated, but he still emerged marked not only by the difficulties of his childhood, but also by 9 years of wrongful incarceration. Many people looked at him, and once again, they didn't see him for who he was. Now they saw a young man with a scarlet P on his chest. Still 16 in his lived experience of the world he had been plucked from as a teenager, Bobby was suddenly required to be fully capable and purposeful adult. During his reentry years, Bobby would repeatedly say, "I don't know what I'm good at, Nikki." He possessed no marketable skills. His failures and disappointments piled up. He applied for job after job, was rejected for job after job. Home Depot turned down his application to collect shopping carts in the store parking lot. Bobby became so lost and needy and then depressed, those around him found it heartbreaking. It all seemed so particularly unfair. Bobby used to tell me how being perceived as something less drenched people he grew up with in shame. Failures hit them harder. Kids would stop going to school because they already felt up against it, and making mistakes at school made them feel so much worse about themselves. It's a difficult thing to imagine the future rewards of education when you don't have enough examples around you attesting to them, when you have to take it on faith. To be clear, these were kids with as much promise as any others I've ever known. Human beings find it so tempting to generalize other people, thinking fast, hurrying to hasty conclusions. This is embedded in our nature. Yet the more time we take to individuate in how we see others, the more effective we are as police officers and teachers and doctors and lawyers and employers and ministers and writers. These are all big, complex, sobering American problems. They are problems of opportunity and the lack of it, and they are problems that touch every American community, from New Haven to New York to Kansas City to Chicago to Los Angeles. To begin, I think that all of us must acknowledge them as public problems, must not remain indifferent. Nobody wants to be pitied. Most people want opportunity. As public-spirited, caring citizens, we all owe it to young people in our communities to offer them varied, hopeful views of their possible futures. As for Bobby, in closing, here's a sense of him early on during his reentry, when his first priority was many American 16-year-olds' priority. And here you need to know that Bobby, as I told you, liked to think of himself as a traveler, as a young person riding around on his bicycle. He loved motion. He loved new places. He had an alleged co-defendant who was a kid named Kwame, who did not confess and was incarcerated for his 15th and 16th birthdays, which everybody said ruined him as a young person. He then was acquitted at trial. They used to hang out at in front of a store which they called the 2-4 because it was open for 24 hours. It was a tiny convenience store, but it was like the bright lights of the neighborhood where people would dance and listen to music and meet up and plan things and all sorts of stuff. Bobby was imprisoned at the prison in Cheshire, and one of the police officers who interrogated him was a man named Clarence Willoughby. On any day when he could again be a traveler, moving around, interacting with people, Bobby was at most optimistic. He wanted his life to permanently open up. Across the difficult first year after prison, the former boy on a bike now made earning his driver's license his top priority. Back when Bobby turned 16, his driver's license wasn't for him a defining American moment or even on his mind. Somebody could always come and get you, he said, or buses or your friend's mom or dad, we'd all pile in. Growing up in a disenfranchised community, many 16-year-olds from New Hallville didn't pursue their licenses. Glenn Worthy, the New Hallville native who was then principal at Hillhouse High School, said, "When it comes up with the kids, they say, 'Hush, Mr. Worthy, I don't want to talk about that now.' Mostly they can't afford it." Beyond the hundreds of dollars it costs to become licensed, many New Hallville families own no vehicle, making it impossible to secure a car in which to learn to drive, and then reach the Department of Motor Vehicles, which was miles away out in Hamden. There was also the reluctance to fail, sometimes felt by kids who'd already endured so many defeats. Bobby's close friend Shay described getting a license as extra stuff. Shay had been 21 and away at college when she finally got hers. She said that for New Hallville kids, there was no driver's ed class offered at Hillhouse and no way of getting to the high school in Hamden where such courses were held. Perhaps the license wasn't even necessary. Bobby's mother and father hadn't, so far as he knew, ever had licenses. A lot of people where I'm from ride around without licenses, Bobby said. This was a practice known to many in New Hallville as riding or driving dirty. Dirty was versatile slang with many applications. Shay said everybody she knew growing up was dirty somehow. Suspended license, no insurance, car taxes. Let my insurance lapse because it was either phone bill or insurance, food or insurance. Which would you rather pay? Car insurance? That was let me pray. This is a lot of people, Nikki, and you have to drive to make money at your job, so you take a chance. Bobby was determined. He talked about the driver's license as his golden ticket, said to him it means the world because when I have my license, I can get a job outside New Haven. Bobby's desire was to be upstanding, not someone who resorted to driving dirty, who remained unlicensed because he'd been in prison. He thought having the license would now finally make him feel liberated. Bobby's cousin Koya helped him get the formal process started with a learner's permit. She and Granddad gave him a few driving lessons and then Shay took over. They had glorious times together out on the road. Shay loved to drive and so did he. 4 months after his release from prison, Shay helped Bobby enroll in an 8-hour accredited course on safe driving practices, where he sat in the back row of the classroom behind all the teenagers and enjoyed learning about the potential on-road dangers of a messy car, about how passenger weight distribution affects turning radius. After completing the course came the qualifying tests, first written, then road. Bobby went to the DMV in Hamden to take his written examination. By the time he got to the DMV, he was visibly shaking. The atmosphere at the squat brick DMV building didn't help. With its uniformed guards, stale smell, the dulled faces of all the people standing by, the DMV could have been a correctional institution. Bobby began his test, and soon a question about skids slid him so far off course that he became rattled, rushed through the remaining questions just so he could get out of that room, get out of that building. He failed the test by 1 point. Afterward, he could barely speak. He was so crushed. He'd been through worse, which here helped. A day after the test, he allowed, I failed by 1. I was nervous. I didn't know what to expect. Uncertainty makes me nervous. Test taking was a new skill for Bobby. He found the failure made him want this more than ever. I was mad at myself, he said. I'm not anymore. The next available test date in Bobby's part of the state was at the Cheshire DMV in mid-April. He could have waited a few days more and gone to a closer Connecticut town, one where he hadn't been incarcerated, but he was eager to defeat the test, and besides, Bobby felt no need to avoid Cheshire. His time there was someone else's mistake. He began studying the manual, he said, hard. On his second written test day, Bobby arrived at a coffee shop in Cheshire in 3 hours before his appointment time, and he prepared like an athlete. He hydrated with water. He ate a banana, and he limbered up with practice tests. He wanted a victory in Cheshire. He'd all but memorized the manual, but these practice tests asked for knowledge of the specifics of tire alignment and teen curfews, areas outside the manual's coverage. What was up with these non-manual related questions? When Bobby answered one incorrectly, he jumped up, nearly knocking the table over. On the way to the DMV, Bobby passed the prison. The Cheshire DMV was a much smaller building than Hamden and had the hospitable ambiance of a National Park Welcome Center. As he went in, Bobby was making nervous jokes and saying, I'm not nervous, I'm not failing, I got this. His dark 26-year-old face contrasted with the rosy white teenagers who were arriving with their parents for the test. As the woman at the front desk signed him in, she took a practice glance and she said, you'll do fine. Then she advised Bobby, take your time. Once registered, Bobby disappeared down the hallway. 40 minutes later, he emerged, arms raised, roaring, high-fiving, cheesing. His test score had been nearly perfect. There had been several questions identical to those on the practice test. It all seemed like the answers were popping out, he said, speaking in a joyous rush. I'm souped, I'm ecstatic, I'm turned, I'm so souped. From the car he made calls, he left voice messages. Passing the prison again, he brought up Detective Willoughby. I don't bear him any grudges, Bobby said. It's not in my heart to do that. People can do wrong things and it doesn't make me hate them. I'm just letting people be who they are. Bobby would have to wait 3 months before taking his road test in mid-July, deferring his wishes he knew how to do. And he was so steadfast about license preparation, it seemed worrisome to think what would happen when there was no longer the upcoming road test to organize his life. He enjoyed practicing with Shay, she warning, it's no more smooth-sailing church drivers today out there, Bobby. Don't let anybody break your flow. Which was not to say Bobby wanted the process to last. I can taste it, he said. When I pass, I'm going to cry. You'll see tears. The day before the road test in July 2016, Bobby drove around the city practicing what he judged were his weaknesses. He reminded himself to check his mirrors every 5 seconds, to note the speed limit, to place his hands 6 hours apart on the wheel. Near the 24-hour store in New Hallville, he said, we were sitting there when they pulled me off the porch and arrested me. It was raining. Then he beeped a greeting explaining that was Kwame and them. Kwame's group was out there every day. Bobby drove so well you could forget he was practicing, and then when he made a small error, forgetting to signal for a lane change, his hands trembled from wanting something so much. The next day, the weather was hot, bright, and clear. After all the waiting, everything happened very fast. A large graying white man in sunglasses, a blue agency issue polo shirt, and blue khakis approached Bobby. The man looked like a country boy state trooper, and it turned out Bobby's examiner was a retired suburban police officer. He asked Bobby to get into the driver's seat, to turn on the car's ignition, to use his turn indicators, first the right, then the left, to press the brake pedal. As the car crept out of the parking lot, Bobby signaled left, and something in the air lifted. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. So there's time now, some minutes for y'all to ask some questions if you want to. I'll do my best.
Well, we're going to keep the question and answer period a little bit short because we've got a lunch that's ready for everybody, and we're going to take about a 30-minute break. I'm going to do kind of one round around if anybody have questions, and we'll also check in with the people who are online if you want to put your questions into the chat. So are there any questions?
Thank you so much. Are you still in touch with Bobby, and can you give us an idea of how he's doing at this point?
Sure. Yeah, I talk to him regularly and visit him, and what he went through is really hard, and I don't just mean the actual experience, but the residue of the experience, really hard. And we're using the word representative a lot, but he really is, he had an unusual experience, but its effect on him was representative of the experiences of many, many people. And reentry is a punishing thing, and also his particular experience, the things that got him to prison in the first place, and then the experience of being there, were really, really potent and difficult, and I think it's been taking him a long time to recover from it. And I think what I find particularly tragic is that he will think things are better, and the next time I talk to him, he'll be talking about, prison nightmares and things like that. But he's also a really determined, intelligent, and I think you can tell loving person, and he really wants to go forward into the world, and both for himself and other people. He participated in this project, I think, not for himself really, but I think he always would talk about his community. And for me, that I find is such a generous and extraordinarily big-hearted thing to do. So I think I would say that he is doing better. He has many ambitions for education and work fulfillment. And as the cliche goes, it's a journey, and I think he's on it.
Others?
Did you?
Hello, thank you for your book. Really enjoyed it. How did you navigate and get through to New Haven Police Department and get access to the people? And was there anyone you really couldn't get access to?
So the New Haven Police Department, like pretty much everybody I got in touch with, was incredibly generous to me. People from every spectrum of the project were, I don't really think at all I'm the only person who thinks about these things, and I'm far from the only person who should take on a project like this. But when I began talking with people about it, it was clear that the things that had been on my mind for a long time were on the mind of many, many people, and that includes police officers. Most police officers, I think, would tell you first about their work that they do it because they want to help. And so the New Haven Police Department, 3 different chiefs allowed me to talk to whoever I wanted to, as long as those members of the department were willing to talk with me. And so I learned a tremendous amount about policing and how such catastrophes as what happened to Bobby could happen. And to be clear, most police officers definitely don't want those things to happen. As to whether or not, there were people who wouldn't talk with me. Of course there were. I was writing about things, including unsolved murders that implicated people out there who had actually been involved in them. And some of those people were willing to talk to me and some weren't. I would also say that when I talked about my shame as a little kid, there were plenty of people who, when you're writing about poverty, which is really what I was writing about, to be poor in this country is often to be blamed for being poor. It's somehow your fault. And I think people who are poor, as members of my own family have felt, it's humiliating, and you don't want some guy coming and asking you about it. Most people didn't feel that way, but there are some who did. Then there were, people who were implicated in crimes and so forth who didn't want to talk to me, and then there were a couple of people from the police department who didn't. But I really want to stress that I feel as though this book is the voices of over 500 people who are members of a community who have their own feelings. It's a spectrum of feelings, but they have really strong feelings about the underlying themes and issues that are part of the book, but also about their community. And, people from Newhallville especially, where I want to talk with as many people as possible, because I wanted there to be a kind of a chorus of voices that spoke. People love their community, they have tremendous pride in it, and they all know what it once was, and they know what it can be. And it's a tremendous feeling of hopefulness and aspiration for the community. And also, as I said, I think communities are full of individuals, and sometimes with issues like poverty, it's easy to look past that. But everybody on every block in every city is a different person. And so I was really grateful that such a tremendous variety of people were patient and helpful to me as I tried hard to understand who they were.
We're going to do 2 more questions before we take our break.
Thank you again. What came of the police officer that forced the confession? And are you aware of any reforms in the police department to prevent that from happening again?
So I think the thing that I would like to say just generally about policing is that as I was, I learned a lot about policing from a lot of very, very good police officers. And it is like the military, a very top-down profession. And so a lot of what happens in police departments is heavily influenced by who's chief and who are the other leaders of a department. And so departments really can, especially in a smaller city department like New Haven's, there is tremendous variation from chief to chief in how departments behave. I think New Haven's policing history is actually pretty remarkable for the number of progressive changes over the history of the department that have happened. But of course, we all know that the New Haven Police Department has also had, troubled generations too, and that a lot of really sketchy and unfortunate things have happened too. Sketchy and unfortunate things happening in police departments don't give anybody any pride, especially most police officers. I met police officers who, when bad things were going down in the department, would talk about getting together in prayer groups in the department on sort of emergency stairwells because they wanted things to be better. And I would say that, in recent years, under people like Chief Campbell, who if you stick around this afternoon, you'll hear from, and Chief Esserman and Chief Jacobson right now, these are really upstanding, committed people to a profession. And they can't, of course, within a large group of people, you never know what behaviors will happen. But by and large, I think that the behaviors that were going on during the time that Bobby was wrongfully incarcerated, that had a lot to do with leadership, with a feeling that there was a tremendous amount of crime that was upsetting for community, and an effort to solve crimes too quickly with, sort of tunnel vision or, hurried investigations, or when we're talking about generalizations, making generalizations about who was likely to have done something without being absolutely sure. And in, I'd say, criminal justice, you can rarely be absolutely sure. DNA doesn't occur in most cases, but you can do well. And I think, so I guess those are some of the things I would say. Thanks for the question. And as for the police officers who involve neither is in the department anymore.
Excuse me. I assigned your book in a freshman level class that I taught in the fall at Southern Connecticut State. And the students had a range of reactions to it. I had one student who told me that she came from a neighborhood very much like the one that they wrote about, who couldn't finish the book and continued to fall behind on our weekly discussions. And then I had a number of other students who did not come from New Haven or neighborhoods like you wrote about, came from outside the city, who kept on wanting to have a happy ending to this story. They kept on reading this book and they said, surely this story is going to end well for Bobby. And I had some thoughts about those comments, but I wondered what your thoughts are and how you would respond to that range of student emotion. It struck me that I sort of had both sides of Prospect in my own class, which was, it's a daunting thing to have to navigate.
Sure. Well, thanks for signing it. And it's unsurprising to me that people would have complicated reactions to something if I did the job as well as I hoped to, because I certainly did all the time. I found this, of all my projects, I've been thinking about this, as I told you, for a long time, since I was a child. But it took me until, well into my professional career to begin to do it, because it felt to me so challenging on so many levels, both the many, many complex subjects that I would have to be thinking through and be able to integrate into a narrative. But also, I think without really knowing it, I was aware that it would be really intense and emotional. And so you didn't say with the first student why the student found it that way, but I can certainly take some guesses, and I would find that, I would be sorry for anybody who is being upset, and especially if it came from personal experience. And for me, I was meeting a lot of people who were often very upset. People in prisons, people like Bobby, and many other people who are going through truly hard life things. And one of my own quandaries was that to immerse yourself in lives which were under so much stress was, for me, I think you would have to be a pretty hard person not to become upset yourself. And I, however, if you look at Matthew Desmond, sometimes talks about this in his writings about eviction and poverty, that do I have any justification for feeling this way myself? It's not my life, it's other people's lives who I'm writing about. And I would say, my opinion, he and other writers might feel differently, that absolutely, I don't think you're doing your job unless you're really listening carefully enough to feel with sympathy and really empathy too, if you can. And as for the happy ending, I think that I intended the ending not to be unhappy, but to be optimistic. And I feel about growing up in New Haven that, and I'm going to go on for just a second here because I think it's important to say, that I think that just as Minneapolis, Minnesota, for example, is known as a city with more theaters per capita than any city in the country, New Haven is known for having, the greater New Haven area is known for having more nonprofits than any city in the country. That says that this is an incredibly well-intended city. That doesn't mean that it's a perfect city, it's a highly imperfect city. And some of those problems really didn't have to happen. And some of them have caused a great deal of pain for many people in the city, and surprising people in the city, not just people who are affected by them who maybe aren't directly affected by them too, sometimes in punishing ways. But I will say, in the long history of people helping in New Haven and giving of themselves, it suggests the magnitude of the problems we're talking about. And I hoped from the book that people would come to understand, that I would be part of a chorus of people who are saying, look, post-industrial poverty is a big problem across this country. And as a result of post-industrial poverty, there are all these other problems that happen. And I would also think that this country solves lots of problems, and I feel optimistic that this can be solved. But the first step is acknowledging it as a problem, which I didn't feel, real reason for writing the bill, I didn't feel that this was necessarily acknowledged as this problem. So for me, it's like, I often think of something President Obama said, which is, he talked about his job as solving problems. And he said, a president, sits at a desk and problems come to it, and they start on a track and they're constantly offloaded as they come along the track. And the problems that reach the president's desk are the problems that are real conundrums, that are intractable problems that nobody's found a way to solve yet. And I feel that post-industrial poverty is both an Obama desk level problem, but it's also not really yet completely acknowledged as a problem. So for me, I have tremendous optimism about this country's ability to solve many, many problems. Life is problems, but until you acknowledge something as a problem and really try, you can't do that. And one of the things that I'm most heartened by that you can read about in the notes is a place called Opportunity Insights, which a great contemporary economist named Raj Chetty founded. And this is a place that thinks about how to expand opportunity for Americans. And they're doing a really, really good job. If you were just to go on the Opportunity Insights website, you would see just the originality and the rigorous research and the really persuasive conclusions that are there that give people a sense of what a possible future could be for cities like New Haven. So for me, I hoped that people would come away from the book acknowledging that there was a serious problem, but also feeling that, at the end, it talks about how Bobby liked to sleep with the windows open and that there was a possibility of open windows for many people. So thanks for your question.
Okay. Thank you. So thank you so much to Nikki. We're going to take about a half-hour break for lunch. A couple of housekeeping things real quickly. For those of you that are new to our building, there's a restroom for a ladies' room up the stairs through our lobby, up the stairs to your right. There's a men's room down the stairs to your right, and there's a gender-neutral restroom up the stairs and to the end of the hall on your left. Our lunch today has been provided by the partnership between the Unitarian Society of New Haven and the Waverly Townhomes. So thank you so much for providing that food. And one other thing, we did have a mix-up, and the bookseller, Possible Futures, is not here. So if you brought a copy of the book, I'm sure that Nikki would be happy to sign it. If you were hoping to purchase one, I'm sure that you can get one and then find Nikki somewhere on the street. He'll probably be happy to sign a napkin for you today or something like that. We also have a table out in our social hall from Connecticut Against Gun Violence. If you look for the gentleman in the orange sweatshirt at a table out there, they are taking donations today. So about half an hour, we'll meet back here for the panel. Let's call it at 1:50. Oh, and please, no food or drink back in this sanctuary, only out in our social hall.
As far as the books go, please feel free to check out Possible Futures bookstore online. You can call or write them and they will order books for you, okay?
Two, check one. Check one.
That should be on now. Okay. I have spare batteries over there in case.
You just leave it on and put it on my seat. I'll just put it.
All right, let's make sure this microphone gets back to here. Now it is.
Yeah. What? Hey, come on, let's let you break the line. Come on in. Come on in.
We just get started.
I know, it's very, very rushed. Well, excuse me, we have to let our speaker come through. Laura, we need to let Nikki get whatever he needs before he talks, our speaker. All right, you have a plate for him? Already said. She's got a plate for you already. 1 second. All right, hold on. Ken, you too, make sure you get what you need here. Okay, unless you want to do it. I think we need to give him a warning. I don't know, the speakers have any?
Yeah.
Give them a 5-minute warning that they won't be able to bring this stuff in, okay?
Hi, folks. I just wanted to make sure this is your about 7-minute warning. We're going to come back into the sanctuary in about 7 minutes. Hopefully, everybody's had a chance to get their food so far and visit our tables. About 7 minutes.
In the sanctuary?
Excuse me, folks, we're going to ask that people finish up their lunch, and we have trash cans right by the front doors here, and please begin making your way back into our sanctuary. Again, no food or drink in the sanctuary, so finish up your food. We're going to try to start again in a couple of minutes with the panel discussion. So please start making your way back inside to our sanctuary. Thank you for your attention.
How do you feel about taking the seat right next to Nikki?
All right. I'll go wherever you tell me to go.
That's a smile.
I'm going to start this
Oh, he's in the hallway.
I can give you this.
I'm going to lay this here. You guys remember where I put it?
Yes.
Thank you.
We're going to share between you and either Chief Campbell or Ken.
Okay.
If you can start 100%, if you had a pen, I don't know if you do.
Oh, of course I have a pen.
I thought I would get people who know to put their name in my book.
Have you read the book?
I did, I certainly did. And I bought my own copy. I like it so much, even though I got Jim Paley. You know Jim Paley?
Yes.
He lent me his copy.
And then you
I
went.
need it for my New Haven collection.
I get you. I feel everything about that. Oh. Okay, you know, the day that I say I have a pen, I don't have a pen. Wait. Let me see. No, maybe Nikki has a pen though.
Once again, folks, we're going to get started, so if people can come back into our sanctuary.
We need your pen.
Quick reminder, no food or drink in our sanctuary. Please come back in.
Yeah, I didn't.
And we're going to get started with our panel in just another minute or so.
I get to sign your book. You can sign. You asked me to. Is that all right with you?
I beg you to get your pen. And while you're
Excellent,
here,
all right.
Sure.
Super. This mic is very directional. You gotta speak right
Towards it?
Multi-directional.
Got it.
You're also going to use this for
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm all.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm going to plate aside.
No. I'm good.
I was looking for him, but I haven't seen him.
I spoke to him.
He is. Mr. New Haven.
He is.
He is New Haven. Am I right?
Wait, Chief, lean in so I can take a picture.
We
got this. We got this.
She a pro. She do this all the time. But she's afraid of. No, but that was her fear that she would get him sick. Yeah, he's around. I just have seen.
Fortunately, I don't know anybody that you know.
How do you know?
I don't know.
What do you?
I know somebody you know.
You'd be surprised who we know, who we have in common.
How
are you?
Three of us combined.
I don't know if you remember, but you're nothing but great things about you. Well, I've heard great things about you as well. I actually have. I'll tell you this in a second.
It is such an honor to meet you.
It's an honor to meet you.
Oh my gosh, I'm such a fan. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I'll be interested to hear your perspective on things.
I'm trying to go to law school because.
Are you seriously?
Yes, I'm applying now.
Where?
I'm waitlisted at Vermont and Western New England. I'm waiting to hear from UConn. I applied to Yale, of course, because I live in the city.
Yeah. Now, did you say the University of Vermont? We were up, so I was in Vermont. My wife and I were there visiting a friend of mine from law school I went to UConn. And we were driving back, and I wanted to stop. Okay. All right. We don't have to flip a switch or anything. It's just on? It's just on. Okay.
It'll carry a lot better,
So is it hot now? So we shouldn't be talking? All right.
Anything is being broadcast over there.
But anyway, have you been up there?
Yes.
So I stopped there because I had for a moment, I had this idea that I wanted to find out more about energy law because of global warming. And they're known for their environment.
All right, folks, this is the last time I'm going to say this. We're restarting, so if you can find your seats.
But I spent
We're going to get started again.
very nice. The town itself was more.
Do I have Sharon McLean somewhere?
They had some kind of, I don't know what it was, but a lot of places were boarded up, but it didn't.
They have a hybrid program. That's what I'm interested in.
Yeah.
You know, I'm old. I can't be.
No, well, me too. So it was that I'm older than you.
Okay, Sharon's going to come in and get us started again.
This actually offered it all.
I hope that you all got plenty of food, got full of lunch, and are ready for round two.
And you're ready.
Okay. My name is Sharon McBlain, and I want to extend a warm welcome to all of you who are joining us, both in person and remotely this afternoon. We had a glitch in getting the books here. It was just a miscommunication. So New Futures Bookstore did not arrive, and I'm sure they'd be glad for you to order books. I am going to put on my bookseller's hat this afternoon. I'm an antiquarian bookseller, but I can order new books, so I will. So you can order one from books@mcblainbooks.com. I will put them online this afternoon. If I decide it's better that the books be ordered from Possible Futures, I will simply deal with it because I'll have your orders. And Nicholas has said he would come here within the next month, right, Nikki?
Sounds good.
And we could have a book signing in the library here. So books at McBlain Books with an S on the end. Yes, Naomi? Oh, that's right. And one thing Nicholas has often done is that you can, would you just quickly tell him how you do that?
I think, does this work?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, if you generously buy a copy of the paperback from either Sharon at McLean Books or from Possible Futures, which is just a truly wonderful community bookstore. And it's it's nobody's fault that this didn't happen. It's probably my fault, but today. But if you buy a copy for one or more New Haven Public High School students, I then, through the wonderful organization called LEAP, I then sign those books and they're given to New Haven high school students. And so that's a wonderful, community-spirited, generous thing to do if you're inclined. I mean, obviously, no obligation.
Thank you. So before we begin the panel discussion, I would like to read two sections from the prologue of the book that were very meaningful to me, and I hope they will be to you, but it'll be a good way. And then I'll hand the mic over to you, Nikki, and you can introduce our panelists. For recent generations of young people in New Hallville who referred to their home as the Ville, Prospect Street was the invisible railroad track, the boundary that cleaved their New Haven into two unequal cities, one affluent and white, the other poor and black. There was the long-standing American class phenomenon, as the wealthy white New York reformer and co-founder of the NAACP, Mary White Ovington, wrote of her later 19th century childhood in fashionable Brooklyn Heights near a workers' district. No place was more remote than that section of the city in which persons of a different caste lived. Ovington marveled at how indifferent she had become in her youth to such divergent conditions, how she simply accepted the poverty and segregation that existed right across the way as the inevitability of things as opposed to a, quote, problem in my city, unquote, that people worried about. That was willful unawareness, never personal or urgent, was exactly the problem.
So thanks to you all for coming. Now you get the highlight, the best part of the afternoon, probably the best part of my month, maybe my year. I interviewed over 500 people, as I said, to write this book, and I met many, many unusual, wonderful, very memorable people, and three people right here are among the most memorable, the most admirable, and the most, just wonderful. And so I feel really lucky to get to spend more time with them. So thank you for, making that possible. I'm just going to introduce each of them really quickly, and then we'll have a kind of a conversation. So to my right directly is Babs Rawls-Ivy. She grew up in New Haven, where she was a resident of New Hallville and the Church Street communities. Babs's parents worked for commercial laundry. She attended Eli Whitney Technical High School and then Barbara Scotia College, class of 1985, a historically black college in Concord, North Carolina. She was the first member of her family to attend college. Babs holds a master's in public administration from Baruch College at CUNY in New York. She's the editor-in-chief of the Inner City News, a multi-award-winning weekly print publication in New Haven, which you should all subscribe to, according to Babs, and, Ken thinks the same. She's also the daily morning host and producer of Love Babs Talk radio show on 103.5 FM, a vibrant local radio station affiliated with the New Haven Independent. In addition, Babs is a fellow at Yale Law School's Access to Law School program, which prepares future first-generation lawyers from the New Haven area for their application to and study at law schools across the country. This flourishing program embraces fellows from backgrounds that are underrepresented in the legal profession, including people from low-income families and those who may be formerly incarcerated. Babs is the picture of a public-spirited person. Unofficial Data Haven surveys find she attends more New Haven cultural events than anybody else in the city.
while also maintaining her position as Possible Futures Bookstore's #1 customer. She is the mother of 4 children. This is Babs. Okay. Over there at the far end is the man in uniform. Over at the end is Anthony Campbell, who grew up in the Harlem neighborhood of New York City. His mother was a corrections officer. His father was in and out of prison. Parental experiences that Anthony said shaped his life course. He attended Fordham Preparatory High School in the Bronx and became the first member of his family to attend college, graduating as an undergraduate from Yale class of 1995, and then later with a degree from Yale Divinity School. He lived on and off campus in New Haven as a student. Anthony first worked at the Bergen County Correctional Facility in New Jersey, next to Yale New Haven Hospital, and then the New Haven Police Department, where he eventually became the chief. In 2019, he joined Yale's police department, where he is now the chief. Consequential moments in Anthony's life that he prefers to discuss so as to deepen and demystify public understanding and misunderstanding include his father's suicide, the suicide of a close friend and fellow police officer, and Anthony's involvement as a police officer in an off-duty accident involving the fleeing suspect. I don't know. That better? Is it back? Hey. A fleeing suspect that left Anthony paralyzed for 2 years. He's the father of 3 children who he loves only slightly more than he does the New York Knickerbockers basketball team. Ken Rosenthal grew up on a family chicken farm in Guilford, Connecticut, attended Guilford High School, and was the first member of his family to attend college, graduating from Yale College in 1967. In his youth, he helped register black voters in Mississippi, participated in the University of California's free speech movement, and picked plums while helping to organize California farm workers. He returned to Connecticut to work on the family farm, then taught elementary school, worked in an employment office, which led him to the University of Connecticut Law School. He spent the entirety of his 45-year legal career based in New Haven, working for city firms as an assistant public defender and with New Haven Legal Assistance. He is presently of counsel with Green and Sklar's, which enables him to have office space and the means of pursuing his life's passion for criminal, post-conviction, and civil rights cases. His clients, including Bobby from the other side of Prospect, applaud Ken for his practice of sleeping on a yoga mat under a yellow blanket on the floor behind his desk while preparing for trials, sometimes for months. He is the father of 2, the grandfather of 3, and a long-distance runner who began competing in marathons at age 65. After races, he sleeps in his own bed at home. So I want to thank all 3 of you for coming, and I'd like each of you, beginning with Babs and moving straight across to the right, to briefly describe the neighborhood or community where you grew up, how you think coming from that place has led to or affected your adult life and work.
All right, so my life began in New Hallville, right, as a child, and then we moved to Church Street South in the Hill. So my formative years, in my teenage years, and off to college was in Church Street South, which no longer exists anymore, which is a weird kind of thing to be president of a place and then the place no longer exists. I lived in Church Street South pre-war on drugs. So it looked very different before I went off to college. Before I went off to college, it was a thriving community. I don't know if anybody walked through Church Street South, but it was built on a Italian palazzo footprint so that you had these open spaces and fountains. And so I grew up with a thriving grocery store and a dry cleaners and an early education center. There was a community center. And it was right across the street from the railroad station. And the railroad station in those days was like raggedy. But Church Street South wasn't raggedy. It was a great place to be. Post-drug, war on drug, when I came back from college, my first year in college, Church Street South looked like, Beirut. I mean, it looked like a war zone. I mean, it was unrecognizable to me. And it was quite depressing. And I remember thinking, man, how do you make it out of here? Like, there's no making this better. How do you make it out of it? I think for me, the people in my life as a child growing up, I went to Eli Whitney high school, so that took me out of my neighborhood for the better part of the day. That gave me a sense of different people, not from my community, that I got to know. In those days, in the 80s, Eli Whitney was a predominantly white school, so I got to interact with white kids on a regular basis, in a way that I hadn't before. My sister was bused in the early 70s, but I wasn't. So I went to school in neighborhood, but my sister went to school in Hamden. So she had a very different experience. She had a early white folks experience before me. And I think all those things shaped me. I think the shaping really came for me was college. I was woefully ill prepared for college, and thank God I went to a historically black college, because that was where the nurturing took place. That was where I was embraced and nurtured and developed, and talent was recognized. I think if I would have went somewhere else, I would have failed miserably. So I think what began me on a path of becoming myself was the historical black college experience in the South that made all the difference. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, when you said that you had, by going to high school, you suddenly had an experience of meeting white people and other people who were presumably from pretty different backgrounds, what did that do for you?
You want the real answer or the?
Babs, I've told you about these unreal answers.
I had heard, growing up, we had always heard that, to be adjacent to white people was success. And so when I got with white people, I was like, well, they're not brighter than me. I mean, they're not, actually, if we tell the truth, they weren't brighter than me. And it was a little disconcerting to think that growing up, that was the motto of success. If you could just be around white students and achieve, that somehow or other some of that would rub off. And by the time I got around white people, I was already an accomplished reader. I was already, we had already started reading, serious books and pursuing intellectual discourse and all that kind of stuff. These white kids was ill prepared. They didn't know what to do with us. But what I did learn is that some of my peers were struggling with the same kind of issues that I was struggling with. Like, it didn't matter that they had alcoholic fathers too. They had fathers who was beating their mothers' asses too, right? I mean, it's just the facade was a little bit hard, they had to work harder to keep a better facade. But I went to school with kids who were struggling with stuff, food insecurity, right? And just, sometimes their lights would get cut off. So I learned the similarities of this wasn't about, they didn't have it all together. They didn't have all the success. They were struggling just like we were struggling. It just showed up a little differently.
Ken, you want to talk about?
Yeah, so I grew up in Guilford, Connecticut. I went to my father after the war. I was born in some army base, but they moved there before I can remember. And me and my younger brother and sisters all went through the Guilford Public Schools. It's a suburb that before I was born, it had become a suburb because the interstate went through. And what that meant is Guilford expanded from being a summer population where people from New York would come out to have a beach house or whatever it was that they did by coming out. The population of Guilford used to double from the summer to the rest of the year to a residential community where people could commute into New Haven or wherever it was they worked. So I grew up in a classic American white suburb. New Haven was always the primary city. So when I was in high school, I spent a lot of time in New Haven. And then I went to college in New Haven, and I've lived in New Haven ever since. And I'm rarely back in Guilford. My sister still lives on the farm we grew up on, but it's no longer a farm. So we occasionally would have family gatherings out there. But New Haven has been the city I've always identified with and prefer to the suburbs, let me put it that way. But one thing I do want to say that pertains to this perhaps is, although I've lived basically in the New Haven area and in New Haven for the last 50 or 60 years,
one of our two, Kathy and I have two daughters who are now in their 40s and in lives of their own. One of them in middle school, her closest friends were all African-American kids from neighborhoods that I've never lived in. We've lived in Westville off and on pretty much the whole time we've been in New Haven for the last many, many decades. And when Emily had friends there, she ended up deciding to go to Hill House. She was one of only 4 white kids in Hill House. And I'm not talking about in the freshman class, I'm talking about in the whole population. And it was a very good experience in many ways. But what struck me was when I would either drive to drop her off or drive to pick her up, I was driving on streets after having lived in New Haven for, at that point, 20 years, that I had never been on before. Her friends, one of them in particular, a very close friend, several of them lived in New Hallville, one of them off of Shelton Avenue in the Dixwell neighborhood. But I was going on streets I didn't know of, and it's not like New Haven is that big a city. So that says something, I think, about that. And then the last thing I'll say is that in terms of being inspired to be a lawyer and do some of the kind of work that I've done, I grew up in a household. My parents were progressive Jewish parents who raised us as progressives from a very young age. In high school, I was involved in debating, and people said I should be a lawyer at some point. And becoming a public defender, although that's not exactly where I started, I bounced back and forth between doing civil litigation in business law type firms to doing public defender work. But that was, the public defender work is where I felt, what shall I say, most ideologically at home. And it's one of the wonderful things about the Connecticut or the United States criminal justice system that ever since 1963, anyone who is accused of a crime is entitled to have a lawyer appointed, which was under a case that a habeas petitioner, a poor white individual from Florida, Clarence Earl Gideon, wrote in a handwritten petition for the United States Supreme Court when he was convicted of breaking and entering that it didn't seem right to him that he hadn't had a lawyer all those years. And the Warren Court decided that anyone who's accused of a crime in which they are exposed to prison time is entitled to have the prosecuting authority, the government, provide them a lawyer if they cannot afford one. And that's the way in which I came to represent Bobby Johnson in this case. So I don't know, that's probably a longer answer than I'm supposed to have given.
That's good. Chief, you...
Sure. So as in the introduction, I was born and raised in Harlem, New York in the early 70s. 70s, 80s, grew up. It was a really vibrant neighborhood. It at the time was predominantly African-American. Growing up, pretty much everyone I knew was African-American. The entire community was African-American. And probably around 1984, 85, unfortunately, the neighborhood saw the crack epidemic beginning. And what was a vibrant neighborhood, was rather safe. They had its issues, some prostitution, some low-level drug dealing with marijuana. Literally was swept by the crack epidemic to a point where houses and homes and brownstones that I'd passed by before that were occupied and had families now became boarded up and vacant. You had drug dealers on every corner. I mean, I remember walking to school, hearing the drug dealers call out different names. I got red top, I got black top, because back then the crack was sold in a little vial, and depending on the top, the color of the top was what they were saying. Violence swept the streets. You saw grandmothers and parents who, kids were being raised by grandparents and by the foster care system and the equivalent of DCF in New York. And I was fortunate enough to be raised. My mother was very young when she had me. She was 16 years old. My dad was 17. And I was fortunate that my great-grandparents raised us, and they kept me in the church. And so the church was kind of my foundation. Between that and my father, who his entire side of the family, they grew up in projects over close near Columbia University, but my father was wise enough to keep me away from that side of his family because they sold drugs. Father started out, he would dress up in a suit, go downtown, open up the briefcase with marijuana joints, and people would go by, take a joint, put $1 in. But then he graduated to crack cocaine. So you can imagine this picture. By the time I was leaving for college, my mother had become a New York City corrections officer, but my father is selling crack cocaine. And I'm headed off to Yale University. So I come home for a visit and my mother's in the back upset. And I'm like, what's wrong? And she's like, what's wrong? Go look in the dining room. And I go in the dining room. My father's got everything laid out. My sister is in the kitchen cooking the crack cocaine. So this was kind of the dynamic of the world I grew up in. And so when I came to Yale, I came into a world that was so completely different than the world I grew up. New Haven, though, reminded me so much of Harlem. It had the similar small community vibe, but also the big city problems. And I found myself in a place where I felt like it was home. And that's why, once I graduated, I said, this is the place where I want to be. Originally, I thought I would be a Jesuit priest. Having gone to a Jesuit taught high school, fell in love with the Jesuits, devoted my life to Christ and was going to become a Jesuit priest. But God in his infinite wisdom at Bible study at Yale introduced me to this beautiful green-eyed Jamaican woman. I don't do it. Who will be my wife now for 25 years, and she's here with us. So, and so once I came to Yale, I was like, this is where I want to be in New Haven. It felt like a community that needed help, and I felt like there were things that I could make a difference. And it really has, between Harlem and the experiences I saw, the effects of the ravages of drug, the effects of drug addiction and drug sales and poverty and how it affected my family, it really has kind of steered my heart into why I do what I do today.
Thank you. Babs and everyone, can you tell us a little about what you do today and describe how you think about what you do and how your work fulfills you? You can be brief.
Okay.
Or you can be lengthy.
I run the Inner City newspaper, which is a 30-year-old Black weekly print publication. And I love holding the images of Black people sacred. Like, I love pushing back on the narrative that whatever that is, that Black people are less than. I love pushing against that narrative with this little newspaper every week that shows us thriving, that talks about what we're doing and where we're going. I'll talk to anybody about pushing back on the narrative of who we are as a people. And that I feel like I take a sacred oath in staying with this paper. Now, I barely make any money there, but that's not important to me at this point. And I like that I get to be on the radio every day, speaking the kind of truth that I like to put out there. I love talking to people. It is one of my favorite things to be in conversation with people, and not just sound bites, right? Like a whole 40, 45-minute conversation with interesting people about what they do, where they're from, what they're into. I find that as a good way to sort of bridge the divides between people when you can sit and have a conversation, preferably over wine or cocktails, but coffee is all right too. So I take great pleasure in those two jobs, and I feel so uniquely blessed that at this time in my life that I get to do these two things that I love more than anything.
And yet you're on the precipice of becoming a lawyer. So how does that fit into your future?
I want to be a lawyer. A couple of things, a couple of reasons why. One, after I read the book, and I was so incensed by it, but I fell in love with this guy because I thought, yes. And a couple other, I mean, of course, the great lawyers of our time, but really for me, what I see missing, because I live in New Hallville now, and I've been living in New Hallville for the last 4 years. I raised my children in Beaver Hill, because I was the alder in Beaver Hill for a few years. But I live in New Hallville, but I'm approaching law as the way country doctors used to be in community. I want to just be a neighborhood lawyer. Like, I want people to be able to, like, if they get themselves in something, to come and seek some legal mind counsel before they make bad decisions, and I just really want to stand hand in hand with public defenders and legal aid folks to be that bridge. I just want to be in community. I want my neighbors and kids in the neighborhood to know that there's a lawyer on the porch, and that if they have a question, or their mama got a question, or somebody got a question, I might not be able to answer it, but at least I could be the first line of getting them to where they need. Because I think I've taken a lot of phone calls in my life from parents or people who've gotten in trouble with the law, and they don't have no money. And lawyers are not cheap. I mean, they're just not. And I don't begrudge them. I don't. But too often, the best representation costs money. That's just the truth. The best representation costs money. And public defenders are overwhelmed, and legal aid is overwhelmed. And so somebody's got to, hold the line. I want to hold the line.
Ken, that sounds a little similar to you in some ways. How do your clients find you? And, maybe tell us briefly about one client other than Bobby, since we've all know quite a bit about him now.
All right, so I as I think I already mentioned, I kind of done a combination of civil and criminal law. Civil law working for private firms that charge clients a lot of money and deal with business disputes. Primarily, that's what I've been involved with. The lawyers do all different kinds of things, but that's half of what I've done, or at least it wasn't the beginning of my career. And then in terms of criminal law, so I went from Wigan and Dana to the public defender's office, literally kitty corner across the street. Wigan and Dana at the time was in the old New Haven Savings Bank building. Public defenders are in the old court on the corner of the green, now GA 23, and on the top floor they had the appellate office, and I was in both places. And then back to Wigan and Dana for a little while, and then to legal assistance doing public defender work. So when I then evolved into the two firms that I've spent the last 30 years or so at, Berner Salzman and then now Green and Sklar's, they don't do criminal law, except when there was criminal law that was to be done. I was the one who had the experience doing that. And then most recently, I've kind of evolved back to doing, Bobby's case was one of the cases that got me back connected to where my heart had been and where I had been in the public defender world because of a personal connection with somebody in the public defender system who worked in the Connecticut Innocence Project, which in Connecticut is a part of the public defender system. Most innocence projects are not. They're nonprofits separate from the public defender, but be that as it may. So Bobby's was one of about 3 or 4 habeas cases that I got involved with. And habeas corpus is a whole world. It's post-conviction work. It's after somebody's exhausted their appeals. You're dealing with kind of looking back at what happened from the very beginning of their case through their criminal trial and what their lawyer did or didn't do in defending them, to what the appellate courts did, and now you're in the habeas court. And that's where post-conviction litigation, all the death penalty litigation that you hear about, and that has its criticism from some quarters of the world, of this country, that's where that happens. And there are very strict procedural rules, but it's also the one opportunity somebody has who's exhausted their direct appeal route to get justice if justice wasn't provided before. So I have in the last 7 or 8 years, or since Bobby's case, I guess it's now 10 years, been doing increasingly that kind of work. And I don't know if that answers the question you asked.
No, it does. Chief, what does a chief actually do, and how much of a difference can a chief make? And one other thing is, after you describe that I think a lot of people are curious about, is how you think about the sort of, if you agree, the sort of dual jobs of a police department, which is being responsive in the moment to things that happen, but then having a longer view about how to do your job in a, you know, in a way that is preventative before things happen.
Sure. So many of you may have an idea of what a police chief does. There's so many television shows that, the chief is always like the hammer, or you got to go see the chief, or the chief is. The reality, as the chief of police of the New Haven Police Department, where I had 400 people working for me, and now the Yale Police Department, where I have 93 women and men working for me, your job is to be basically the father of the department, the parent, the one who is governing, making sure that things go the way they should go, making sure that the policies and procedures that the department has developed are fair, equitable, up to date, and that everyone is actually doing what they're supposed to be doing. But you're also, my job is also about educating those who work under my command, making sure that police officers, when we hire them and bring them onto a force, that they're educated to the history of law enforcement in this country, that they understand that everyone that they're policing, this uniform for most people represents security and safety and peace. But for many in our communities in this country, it represents injustice, pain, suffering, fear, making sure that they understand who they are and who they are dealing with in the community that they are serving. And it's a challenge, because in policing, your staff is constantly changing. You're getting people who are retiring, you're getting new people in, and policing is related so directly to the politics and the changes in our country. When I became a police officer in 1998, I was one of 42 in the class that entered the New Haven Police Academy. We were competing out of 4,000 applicants for the job. Now in 2024, the same police department is lucky if we could get 300 applicants for the same openings. When I left the New Haven Police Department in 2019, there were 414 officers. Currently, there are 326. So when you're policing 130,000 people and you're trying to recruit, but things have happened, things like Eric Garner, things like Breonna Taylor, things like George Floyd, it really changes how people view the police, and it also changes your role as the chief. When I was in New Haven as the chief, I went to every homicide victim's funeral, because I felt like the family should see that it's not just that we respond to the situation and we are trying to find who hurt or murdered your loved one, but that we feel your pain. We're members of this community as well. And I did that also, not just for the families in the community, but also to teach the officers that policing is not just about responding and getting the facts and trying to make an arrest. It is about being proactive. True community policing is you are a member of the community whose full-time responsibility is to make sure that the community is safe, not just from a legal standpoint, but also from a human standpoint. If you respond to a call where there are kids and you're in that house, look in that refrigerator. See if those kids have food. Not so you could call DCF and jam the family up, but so that you can meet a need. 90% of what we do in law enforcement has nothing really to do with criminal activity. It has to do with responding and meeting the needs of people who said that this situation is so out of control, I don't know who else to call, and we respond to help them. It is helping that parent with the kid who won't go to school. It is helping that parent with the child who is out of control, but they don't know why, because the household seems to be well, but the kid is still out of control. It is helping people with situations, whether that is finding a job or a situation like Bobby's, where you got to pull the data and the records to bring about justice. It's trying to make sure that things are done the right way. And many times when they haven't been done the right way, taking accountability for it, standing up as the chief and saying, we did this wrong, and apologizing to the community. We will do better. We must do better. Holding officers accountable and making sure that they are doing the job the right way. It's a challenging job, but to me, it's not just a job. You know, when people really ask me what I do and I'm not in uniform, I say I'm a cop. And they say, oh, you're a police officer? I said, no, I'm a cop. And they're like, well, what's the difference? I said, well, for me, being a cop means I'm a Christian on patrol. I get to use this uniform and everything that comes with it to live out my Judeo-Christian ethic. You know, when I think about being in this position, I kind of think of my mindset is, you know, what would Jesus do? You're leading a band of people who you're telling to go out into the community and make a difference, to proclaim the truth of what the Constitution says, that all men are created equal, that all of us have these inalienable rights, and that you will be treated fairly under the law, and that we are here to help, not to harm. And that is a message which it takes a lot of energy, time, internally in the department, but also externally in the community, because it has not always been the truth for everyone in our community, especially those who have been marginalized. It's a challenge, but it's a job I love. Been doing it for 26 years now, and with God's grace and mercy, hopefully I'll get to do it a bit longer.
Thanks. Just briefly, so that people have something to take away, you're all members of professions that are often known to the public, and I'm thinking of both journalism and law, and more law and policing, that are often portrayed in public ways, and the way the public's best sense of them is through films and TV. So I'm wondering if there's a film or a TV show that each of you thinks best represents your sense of your work and its place in city life, and if you recommend it. Babs, you had this question in advance.
I mean, so much of my life is in service. I serve on a great many boards, right? And I was on the Board of Police Commissioners when Mel Waring was leaving and then Chief Ortiz was coming in. So I know something about a civilian review board and what that means to sit on that and how people feel some kind of way about the police. I see it firsthand. I love cops and I don't love cops for all the reasons why I love them or all the reasons why I don't love them. I serve on a lot of arts-serving organization boards because I believe that arts is probably the last place where revolutionaries can be heard and give us voice to what is going on in our country. So there's a bunch of films that I think that I would invite people to watch. The Devil Wears Prada. Aliens 1. My newest favorite movie right now is Origin. It's beautifully done. If you've not seen it, you should see it. I like any of the Star Wars because I love this wrestling with good versus evil. And sometimes evil and good are blurred, right? And sometimes good people do bad things, and sometimes bad people do way more bad things. So I love dystopian kinds of films. Like I watch dystopian films, so I'll be prepared when the apocalypse comes. So I'll know what to do. I know how to get away and how to save water and how to do all the things. So it's a mixed bag, but I tend to like films that don't have that you have to wrestle with the message, because I come to my faith that way. Like I think God calls us to wrestle all the time with the language and the scripture and who we are in community. And so I like those kinds of films.
And do you have a lawyer friend?
I'm not, I think I'm going to pass on this question.
Okay.
'cause
How about you, Chief?
I don't watch TV.
So for me, there are two, it's kind of a film, but also a TV show. Many of you may be familiar with a series called The Chosen. And if you're not familiar with it, it is basically an adaptation of the Gospels. But what I love about it is Jesus is portrayed in the most realistic way I've ever seen him portrayed. He is down to earth, he jokes, but he's very real. He's a real dude. And I like to think of him in many ways as a police chief. You know, he's doing recruiting. He's going out and recruiting these disciples who are going to change the world. But he's recruiting from the human race. He's getting this ragtag group of people together who are not perfect in any way, and he's ministering to them. And he realizes that he has a limited amount of time in order to do this. And he's trying to teach them everything that he can in that limited amount of time so that they can go out and change the world. And that's how I feel a lot of times as a police chief. You know, back in the day, a police chief's time, police chiefs would be there 20, 30 years. The average time for a police chief now is 3 to 5 years. So in 3 to 5 years, I think about the New Haven Police Department. I joined in 1998. I became chief in 2016. So in that short period of time of 18 years, by the time I became the chief, I was my 7th chief. So all these chiefs had come and gone. So you think about how an organization changes this direction, its vision. So you have a limited amount of time to influence the people who are going to be carrying out that vision. And I think it's beautifully done. It addresses all of the issues that we've struggled with. And to Bab's point, it forces you to wrestle. It forces you to deal with the questions of, you know, even though the message you may be bringing, even though the message I think I bring as a police chief is not always welcomed by everyone. There's history there. There are those who are in power who do not want you making changes that will bring more members of the community into the fold, because that means that they need to make changes. When you're speaking truth to power, power does not like the truth at all. And I found that on a municipal side, and I've certainly found it at Yale University. So that's one series. And the other series that has always been part of my life that I love it for its idealism is Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek. I'm a Trekkie. To have a vision in the early 60s, which has continued well into the 21st century, of humanity overcoming all of its differences, overcoming its biases and its hatred for one another based on those differences, to reach a place where we now work together in space, in the inhospitable vacuum of space, to explore new worlds, to boldly go where no one has ever gone before. That to me is beautiful. To have experienced the first interracial kiss on television between, William Shatner and Nichelle Nichols, it was wonderful. And the idealism of watching all these people work together towards a common goal, I really think that we should aspire to it more. And also to realize that it has sparked a lot of, I remember watching in the early 70s, Captain Kirk pull the little communicator open and say, Scotty, beam me up, or do this and that. And now, before you know it, we have flip phones and technology that I look at that I'm like, that was on Star Trek like 40, 50 years ago. So things like that help me to realize that it may start with an idea that seems impractical. I mean, the idea that Jesus had, that love your neighbor as yourself, do unto others as you would have others do unto you. That's a really impractical idea, especially for his time. But look at the world it has sparked. Look at the changes it has brought about. And I think that if more of us embrace those ideas, and realize that we have the power within us to make radical change, we really can change the world.
So all three of you are very talented and gifted and accomplished people. You could do the work that you do. It's portable. You could do it in many places. And yet you've all chosen to make your life in this particular community. And so I'm wondering what about New Haven, the greater New Haven area, keeps you in the greater New Haven area, and why you've chosen it.
I mean, I love New Haven, and I've lived in other places. I've lived in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Columbia, South Carolina, and I mean, I've lived in some other places, but I love this city because it's got small town sensibilities and big world problems. And at any given time in this city, there's a handful of people working on something. And what I love about New Haven, if I said, I need to meet up with people who care about saving dandelions, tomorrow I will have 50 calls from people saying, you know what, Babs, we want to work on saving dandelions with you. And we'd have an Instagram page full of dandelions. What else I love about this city is New Haven is a microcosm for the world. In any direction, you could stand on any part of this city in any direction, there's divides. You can see the divides. You can't, it's not like, oh, the rich people just live in one part of town. Hell no. If you stand in the hill and go over Sergeant Drive, you're in City Point. There's a little money over there. If you stand in Ivy Street or Winchester Avenue and go up Prospect, there's a whole lot of money over there. But it's true over in the Dwight neighborhood to Westville, from the other side of Beaver Hill. If you go over Carmel Street, that's the divide. So it's not like we are not blind to abject poverty and problems. We're not. You could walk in any direction and see it. That's what I love, that it is in our face. But the other thing I love is that on any given day, there's people working on behalf of what is in this city's best interest. Sometimes that's not the mayor, but okay. Sometimes that's not the Board of Alder. Sometimes it's Mrs. So-and-so across the street who see the children going to school and she makes it her business to pay attention to the children. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's those kinds of things that make this city such an amazing city. I know a lot of people in this town. Why? Because I'm interested. I don't want to just be in my neighborhood. I want to be over there. I want to go to Susan Clenard's house in East Rock and hang out in her backyard and smoke cigars. I like that, you know, or go to Julia's house in the East Shore and walk to the beach, right? That's the beauty of this city, that you could be in all these neighborhoods with all their differences and all their problems and make friends and be proud and be joyous and just love it. So I am rooted here.
So I'll endorse what Bab said. I've been here my whole life, so I don't know anything different. Except we just came back from a short vacation in Florida. A friend of mine who used to live in West Hartford, grew up in West Hartford. His wife couldn't wait to get to Florida, so now, 50 years later, they moved to Florida. Florida and it was a gated community, and it's all gated communities in the area he lives in Port St. Lucie, and they're building like mad. And it made me realize that that's one of the problems we have. And there's people in America that, because I could never understand how we're at where we're at nationally living in New Haven. New Haven doesn't have gated communities. And I think what you're saying about it's a community where there's people of all kinds who live together and deal with problems, sometimes not so well, but a lot of times pretty well. So it's a great size community for being able to deal with real problems that cities have all over the country.
So New Haven, I chose New Haven, you know, other than Harlem. Once I came here, my wife and I decided to stay here because we found that this city provided us with an opportunity to have that sense of community, but also where we felt we could make a difference. I feel like I owe New Haven a lot. It was the place where, not only I met my wife at Yale University, but it was also the place where I feel like I really became a man, came to embrace my Christian values, not just from a theoretical standpoint, but from a life learned experience standpoint. When we had our children, because I'm the sole source of income in our family, always worked a lot of overtime, we had a choice of where we could live. But we chose to live in New Haven. I thought it was important as a New Haven police officer, as a member of this community, as someone who had gone to Yale, to be able to give back to New Haven. And so we bought a home in New Haven, and that's primarily where we raised our kids. We moved about 4 years ago to Hamden because we had way too many kids for the size of the house we had. And at the time, there was nothing comparable in New Haven. But for the 20 plus years that we did stay in New Haven, we found that we were able to give a lot back, going to and from work in uniform, being that person in my neighborhood that everyone would come to with all sorts of issues, being able to attend church and ministry and to minister in the community. And also, I think it was important as the police chief to not just say you want to make a difference in the community, but to show the members of the community that this is your home, this is your community, to be present in a way that I think is so important as a leader, to be present and to make a difference. And in particular, when I retired in 2019, the Stanford Police Department had reached out and asked me to apply. I'd gone through the process of becoming the police chief there and had just basically gotten an offer from them. And the day after, I got a call from then Chief of Police Ronell Higgins at Yale University. And he asked if I would come and be his number two, the assistant chief. And I said, absolutely. And the reason I did that is, A, he was an African-American police chief. There had been a situation between a Yale officer and a Hamden officer where there had been a shooting, and I wanted to support him. And I told him, listen, I love you like a brother. I will never let you fail, and I'll be there. And, coming as the number two coming in, what he said to me was, I really appreciate it. And when I was sworn in, what I said was, I owe Yale University and the city of New Haven a lot. It's where my kids were born at Yale New Haven Hospital. It's where I raised them. I owed a lot of student loans to Yale University at the time. So at the time, it was giving back. And I really felt like, New Haven is a place where you can make a difference. And I know it to be true because while I was the chief of police, we didn't make more arrests. We didn't hire more cops. But that, during that time that I was chief, we had the lowest number of homicides in the city in 50 years. Seven homicides. Down from that peak of 2010 of 34. And the following year, we had the lowest number of shootings in the city. And it was done by bringing groups together, groups like Project Longevity, where we gathered those who were on probation and parole, and rather than lecture to them and tell them you're bad, I stood in front of them in uniform as the chief of police, talking to women and men who looked like me, and said to them, you're a person of influence, and this city cannot thrive with you in jail or 6 feet under. This community needs you. My 3 boys that I'm raising need you. And I, as your police chief, am here to do anything I can to make sure that you are successful. And in the end, the last thing I said to them was, and I love you. And it was really moving to me afterwards to have 2 or 3 of them, every time we did this, come up and say, not only is it great to have you as the police chief, but that's the first time a man has ever said to me, I love you. It broke my heart, and yet at the same time, it made me feel really good because I knew that I was in the right place. And New Haven's just a a truly great place, and I love doing what I do right here in New Haven.
Three much maligned words in our time are criminal justice system. And on a local level, I'm wondering if each of you can just identify one problem, a very small problem, or any kind of problem, something where you think you would like, not everything can be solved in a vast system. What's something that you would like people to concentrate on? Something that would make a difference in your city?
I don't like those kind of questions. I mean, I like you, but I think that's a challenging question, because it doesn't give anybody opportunity to have a bigger dream about what we could do and what is possible. You know, then you get focused. In 2013, I committed a crime. I misappropriated funds for a federal program and served 29 days in federal prison camp. Norm Pattis was my attorney, you know, when he was sane. So I served 29 days of federal prison camp Danbury, which was really good because there's no federal prison for women in Danbury anymore. But so I did that. I did 3 years of supervised, 5 months home confinement and 3 years of supervised release. And so what I found challenging, and I was 40 years old when I did this. So I already had a master's degree. I already had a bachelor's degree. Reentry is hard. We don't believe in second chances. I don't give a damn what people say. They do not care about second chances. And you have to get on your hands and knees to beg somebody to look at your resume. Every door closed for me. I was summarily kicked off every board that I served on. I was persona non grata in the city that I love. Nobody would take my calls. I created an online community and built myself back up. Now I'm in good standing now. People sing my praises now. 20 years ago they wasn't. Reentry is hard, and I think about reentry as probably one of the biggest problems of the criminal justice program. Because when these kids come out, kids, young people, women, right? The fastest growing people going to prison right now is young women. And a lot of them don't know how to read and write. I spent my 29 days in federal prison camp reading letters to women from their families because they could not read. What? So when they come out, Home Depot won't hire, so many places will not hire you for menial stuff. So we have got to have a real conversation about what second chances look like. And not second chances for those that we like or those we think have potential, but for everybody. Because what we don't want to do is continue this revolving door of creating desperation in people. Because that's what we're doing. We are creating desperate situations. You know, we want people to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, but we don't give them a boot or a strap. And we say, fend for yourself. And when you come out of prison, like I was lucky, I had a whole support system. I had a church family, sorority, I had all the things. My kids didn't go into foster care. My ex-husband came back to the house and moved and took care of the kids. I didn't have any of that. But I know women that come out of prison, they got to get a job. They want their children back. They got to find housing. Do you know you cannot get housing? You can't get housing. I'm trying to go to law school. I can't get aid because I'm a felon. So I don't know how, I'm gonna have to dance on tables or something. I don't know what I'm gonna do. We're gonna make it work. But at least I can have the dream of making it work. Do you see what I'm saying? That's the difference. Reentry is a huge problem, and it's everybody's problem. And everybody can have some say. The next time you're shopping in Stop and Shop or wherever the hell you are, walk in there and say, do y'all hire reentry? What's your reentry program? Just casually ask. And just say, oh, I just want to know, because I like to spend my money in places that, commit to doing the things that I believe in. Like, that's how you play that card, right? That's reentry. That's the second chances. And it's not second chances. It's as many chances as people need. Because we don't want people to have one chance, a second chance, and then they're washed up. Sometimes it takes people, you ever teach a kid how to ride a bike or all other kind of stuff? It takes like 20 times before they get the balance. That's what I'm saying. Re-entry for me is the biggest issue, because we got so many people who are coming back and going to need supportive services.
So I just follow up on that by talking about the other end of the system, which is not the re-entry, but the entry to begin with. And Bobby's case is one example. And there's been a lot of attention paid to what policing does and doesn't do. But I think the real power in the system in terms of being able to affect the over-incarceration that we have, the identification of people who are either overcharged or unjustly charged, is with the state's attorney, with the prosecutor. They have an enormous amount of power. They have the unlimited discretion to decide whether to charge somebody or not. A judge can't tell a prosecutor who to charge and who not to charge. So what happened in Bobby's case has happened in other cases that I've been involved with since, which is that there is some more sensitivity, at least in Connecticut and nationwide, to what they call conviction integrity reviews, concerns about the fact that not everybody that's arrested should be prosecuted, let alone incarcerated. One of the great things about what Nikki did, and I was so glad that he got involved in this case, although he maintained, as he's required to, his complete objectivity throughout the time, the 8 years that he was working on this book. But he interviewed, as we know, 500 people, right? And people talked to him that would never talk to me, including the chief state's attorney and deputy chief state's attorney. And one of the things he said to me, and I think they probably said in the book, I don't remember exactly, was that up until the advent of DNA, this was Kevin Kane, who was a prosecutor for 50 years and the chief state's attorney for quite a few years, including during the time of Bobby's incarceration, and one of the ones who was responsible for his exoneration and release, the vacating of his conviction. Again, they had that unlimited power, was that up until the time of DNA, he didn't think there was such a thing as a wrongfully convicted person. And I remember hearing that when I was a young lawyer on the the Bar Association has a criminal justice section that you can go to, and they have monthly meetings. And back then we had monthly meetings, which was 50% defense lawyers, 50% prosecutors. And that was a refrain we heard, that, all these procedural protections, why do we need any of them? We never point to one case in Connecticut, because at that time nobody had been exonerated, in which a mistake was made. Why do we have to have all these things? Or at least there's nothing we need to worry about. So I think having a little bit more humility and recognition that this is a human system like any other system, that police in the often competitive enterprise of ferreting out crime are going to make mistakes because they're on the front lines, and that a prosecutor, a lawyer, who's the one who has the total power as to whether whether that arrest is going to turn into a prosecution, is going to turn into a lengthy jail sentence, has to scrutinize things in a way that, in my experience at least, they haven't, because the adversary system doesn't encourage them to do it. There's more sensitivity to that now, but it needs to be more than there is.
To both Babs and Ken's point, I think the criminal justice system really, when you think about the criminal justice system, you think about police, the courts, judges, prosecutors. But I think that by the time someone enters the criminal justice system, society as a whole has failed. I think the criminal justice system is viewed as an entity unto itself, but it's not. Because by the time police are called, a major crime has been committed. To Bab's point, she spent her time while she was incarcerated, reading to women who could not read. Now, how is that possible in the greatest nation that has ever existed in human history? Why is that even possible? And I've seen in the criminal justice system, you know, those who become victims are not just the ones who are victims of those who perpetrate a crime. We all become victims. I think of a young man named Mark Andrews, who was 23, 22 at the time in 2006, when he was from Bridgeport with a few other of his friends, and he got off the highway in New Haven with the intent of going downtown with a shotgun to shoot people who were standing in line to get in the clubs. It was going to be a gang initiation for him. But when he got off the highway, he encountered two New Haven police officers who were running a DUI detail, saw them exit at a high rate of speed, followed them to an area where I and another officer were working extra duty, those jobs you see us doing on the road. When the officers approached that car and saw that there was a shotgun in the car, they drew their weapons. We saw them do that. We drew our weapons, and ultimately we trapped Mark Andrews and his two cohorts in the vehicle underneath the very construction site where we were assigned. Rather than get out of the car, they wound up crashing through a fence, hitting me. And that's the last thing I remember. And when I woke up, I thought I was hearing the voice of Jesus calling my name, only to find out it was one of my coworkers who is as far removed from Jesus as you can be. But that started me on a long journey of 2.5 years of being paralyzed, unable to move my right arm. I had to learn how to walk again, how to get movement in my right arm, being told that you'll never be a police officer again. You have to retire. How am I going to support my family as the sole source of income? Going from owning investment properties to having to file bankruptcy, and a long journey. But I had support mechanisms. I had my education, I had my family, I had my church family, I had a lot of safety nets. Whereas Mark Andrews, at 23 years old, who was apprehended after he committed this crime, he didn't have any safety nets. He wound up in front of the court where I wrote a victim letter, account statement, asking the judge to not charge him, not to be lenient on him for what had happened to me. And the judge took that into account in court and reduced the charges that he was facing. He was facing 65 years. And the judge said, given your letter, given your Christian faith and the fact that you asked that he not be held accountable, I will do that. But he still had to face these other charges, and he was convicted for 45 years. So you got this 23-year-old kid from Bridgeport, and at the time the judge was making this rendering, he read that, since the time you were 9, you've been involved with the criminal justice system. By the time you were 14, you had been incarcerated, and on and on and on. And all I kept sitting there thinking at 33 years old was, if this kid had problems from the time he was 9, and was involved with the criminal justice system when he was 14 and involved in robberies, etc., what a failure the system is. It didn't provide him with the education he needed, the hope he needed, the opportunities he needed. And I watched this young man go to jail. Fortunately, in 2021, when it was time for a parole hearing, we did it virtually, and I spoke to the judge, and they were able to get him released after 16 years of being incarcerated. But to me, he'd missed, when he went to jail, his daughter was 2 years old. When he got out, she was 18. She's a grown person now, He's missed so much. And he's returning to a world, as Babs points out, that is not very friendly to those who are trying to re-enter. And so I think we have a huge job ahead of us up front to keep people out of the system. But also, once people are in the system and are returning, and 98% of people who get involved with the criminal justice system will return to the community from which they came. We have to have better systems in place to make sure that there are actual systems there to welcome them and to give them a chance, a hope to have a plan so that they can be successful, because their success is our success, but their failure is truly our failure.
So I myself just can't help but add that my understanding of prison is that being taken away from your community, from the freedom of movement, choices of movement, from those you love, was supposed to be the punishment. And I just, from the time that I really began spending a lot of time in prisons talking to people, I just couldn't understand, and I still don't understand, why people who clearly, one of the big reasons they got there is they needed the kind of support that you all are talking about, why once people were taken away and put in this place where really nobody wants to be, why not begin to empower those people right away? Why aren't prison education programs and vocation programs, why aren't those less problematic, but also just much, much more investment in those things? You all, I'm sure, will join me in just showing our appreciation for these people who've given their time and are such, in my opinion anyway, such exemplary members of our community. And then, but before you do that, I think we can take a few minutes if you all have questions. Is that okay? You need to stop? Okay. I'm sorry. If you have questions, you have to approach them on your own. But join me in thanking them for coming.
Standing ovations always provide a really nice necessary stretch break. I invite you to stay on your feet. I did want to acknowledge a couple of things real quick. As we wrap up, I do know that our panelists can stick around for a few minutes and talk to folks, I believe. And on your own, I did want to make sure once again that we acknowledge the Havens Harvest, who helped provide some of our food. And yes. The USNH and Waverly Partnership, Connecticut Against Gun Violence, and you can still stop by their table right after this. Many, many thanks to so many people at both USNH and the Connecticut Humanist Association who helped put this event together. And once again, last and certainly most important, thanks to you for all you have done and all you will do to heal the divides and the divisions that are within ourselves, within our communities, and within our institutions, because the work begins after we have these kinds of conversations, and the work continues. So once again, thank you to our panel, and thank you to you. There are some cards outside with information for Possible Futures Bookstore for purchasing the books. So if you come back into our social halls, we can tell you how to get the books. Thanks again.
Yeah, we knew he was coming.
I think he was the first right to.
Yeah, thank you.
I actually called. Because it's not really up to me. It's the hardest thing in the world to get something like that.
Yeah. I just really want to give you something, or whatever, it didn't sound good. Okay, I'll send you the package.
Yeah, I
read
it online.
I read it in the paper. I got subscribed to Boston. So yeah,
Oh, listen, I'm a huge fan. Oh, me too. I can't see them every time they come through.
100%. Let me give you my contact information. Please, let's make sure this happens. Just email
Okay, I'll take it. I'm almost retired now. Not quite. I can't quite make it to retirement. This is who I am, and I'm telling you the truth. I'm who I am. Thank you very much, Priscilla.
And let's do it. Absolutely, 100%, 100%. And it also helps me